Not a bit limited from Buddha and purified all the defilements in each karma. Oneself, and every helping, every hungry, every animal, every asura, and mistakes. And they receive all the qualities, the Buddha, oneself, oneself, and the hearts of us. Every helper, every hungry, every animal, every human being, sura beings, asura beings, and mistakes. All their perfect knowledge, that's the understanding in the mind, and perfect power with others, and perfect compassion, complete compassion towards others and them. As well as in the hearts of all sentient beings. Lift bodhicitta and form experience. I'll go for the Buddha Dharma Sangha until the enlightenment is achieved. Due to the merits, due to the 3-time merits collected by others, 3-time merits collected by others. To free the noblest sentient beings from options of samsara sufferings and bring them to enlightenment by achieving enlightenment. How wonderful is about the sentient beings if they abide in equanimity, free from discriminant or anger attachment, sometimes their past, not flaws are. May they abide in equanimity, I'll cause them to abide in equanimity. Please group grant my blessing to be able to do this. How wonderful it is to have all the sentient beings, happiness, cause of happiness, may they have happiness. And cause of happiness, I'll cause them to have happiness, and cause, please grant my blessings to be able to do this. Not only wishing, but taking a responsibility, not only wishing for those happiness, but not just the image of everything, but the create loving kindness, taking responsibility on ourselves to do that. And ask for blessing of this. And they receive a lot of purify all obstacles, all the wrong concept. And particularly the anger, obstacle loving kindness. All of the wrong concept. They receive all the realization, particularly the loving kindness. The which of loving kindness is received to the outside. How wonderful is all that's in their being, free from all the suffering causes. May they be free from all the suffering causes. I will cause them to be free from all the suffering causes. We'll take responsibility on oneself. And then ask for blessing. And purify the self-cherishing thought, and particularly all the wrong concepts. Then generate all the realization, particularly the mutual compassion also. How wonderful is all that's in things, they cannot be separated away from happiness of our realm and the ultimate happiness, and may they be not be separated away from this happiness, and I will cause them to not be separated from this. Please give up this kind of blessings to be able to do this. Purify them. So, all the wrong concepts, obstacles to this. Particularly self-cherishing thoughts. Anger, self-cherishing thoughts. Receive all the realizations, the blessings of Buddha, receive all the realizations. Particularly the image of the joyfulness. Purpose of my life is to free the sentient beings from the suffering causes, bring enlightenment, thereby pursuing enlightenment, thereby. I'm going to say, I'm going to the meeting to help the teaching of the Buddha and the sentient beings. And also good to recite what is often in the public talk. So this from Buddhist verses from Bodhisattva and this. Yes, as long as that space exists, what there's seven beings exist, I will abide and eliminate their suffering. So, so that's very much to recite and do this after the Buddhist motivation. Then you recite that, then you do the meeting. So when we come to this meetings at the center, so to begin like this is very good. So asking Buddha to help, because we need pure motivation to do the service, So therefore, immeasurable thoughts, then capacity, wisdom. Also, we need wisdom. Without wisdom, then you got stuck. And motivation, but without wisdom stuck and then face difficulties. They can't be really productive, beneficial, productive. Well, there's a benefit from compassion, good from motivation, but if lack of wisdom, then you see that so there's a good motivation to make momos. But it's the motivation to make momos, but you have no wisdom how to make momos. Then you see, then doesn't come out good taste. So without wisdom, you cannot. Without wisdom, you cannot eliminate the root of samsara. Karma and delusion directly. Without wisdom realizing this, even you have realization bodhicitta. If you have, all that realization, samsara, bodhicitta, all that, even you have actual realization, unbelievable, this unbelievable attainment in become bodhisattva. But if you don't have wisdom, then again you can't be liberated from samsara. We can't see it directly, even though they help, but can't see it directly. The root of samsara, ignorance and the delusions. So that. The reason to have meetings also to help with wisdom, because many people have different, ideas. So that would help. That would help you to have more broader view, and things that you can't think of, but other people can think. So that helps. That helps. Other than working as unity, everybody working together, helping together. Other than that, even one is clairvoyance for the omniscient mind, but maybe still need. You say everyone can, well, of course, don't need to say omniscient mind, but even one is can see the right things. So the group can help. So can start. So anyway, here I thought maybe it's good. Not all the sanghas meet, with this issue. When the in the early times, there was not much understanding about the Sangha. And not so much also respect, no understanding of karma, much related to Sangha, other things. In the early times, not so much. So people think, oh, I know as much as the Sangha knows Dharma. So the same, So there's no thought about its object of respect, and because of the vows, it's a higher special object for you to respect. So there's not much of this thought. Now, as many years went through, and as many years went through, become better and better in this part of refuge practice. Very, very basic practice of Buddhism, refuge practice. So become more known, more aware and calmer. So then realize everywhere, all the centers, everywhere, realize that the person who lead meditation or teach prefer the Sangha. As time went through, she realized that there's more benefit in that, and the people's mind, not all the person would, but the example. So two things then. It carries more weight. More effect benefit to the people's mind to see. So this is the special benefit. Because it's the moral, words and the moral. So that's has more weight in case, more benefit. So seeing the moral, you see that. So for many years there has been only a few number of Sangha, who only handful does. Some nuns and some monks, only handful that wanted to invite in 10 directions. Wanted to invite in 10 directions of the world. There's only a handful, few nuns and monks. So only a few everywhere they wanted for Lhundrup. Always shortage of teachers. Always shortage of extremely shortage of Sangha teachers. So now, so I'm very happy that we're able to establish more the basic programs. 7 or 8 years is only one at the moment. Hopefully, establish more different centers where there are teachers who have education but also inspiration to that. So now the Lama Zopa Rinpoche also studying the 5-year program also, because there are certain subjects which not in the 8-year program. So which is in 5-year program. So they're trying to do within 2 years. The 5-year program they're trying to do within 2 years. I don't know what that means. Teaching very fast, or I have no idea what it means. Teaching very fast, going very fast on all the text. So I'm not sure what exactly. So anyway, so hopefully this 5-year program happens more. I think the program alone is not enough. To be the model and intellectually alone is not enough, because you may not even last in your ordination. Intellectual alone is not enough, because you may not last, because you need inspiration. So if you don't have inspiration, cannot last even ordination. It is now practice of meditation and lamrim, learning words and meditation, 2 things. Learning words. First you need to learn words, then you need to meditate on that to become familiar. the mind to become one with it. So then one becomes a model to other sentient beings. Very good model. Compassionate, warm-hearted, and pure in morality. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason that the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, after they finished the 8 year they study. No. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason that I had brought up this, not only this study, the text, but if you're learning the words and just passing the words, then of course it's incredible. But it's without practice, it's like tape recorder. You can record a lot of words, and you can play the and tape recorder. You put battery inside, and it plays back. You put battery inside, then it plays back. It's exactly without missing any words. It can say back. It can tell you back. It can tell you back. You see, whatever is quoted, it'll play back. So even tape recorder can do that. So need practice. Something more than tape recorder. More than tape recorder, because we have mind. Tape recorder doesn't have mind. Without the lamrim practice, then how much understanding is gained? That becomes collecting information, like computer, collecting information, merely collecting information. Then your mind will be the same. All the problems will be still there. All the problems in the mind will be still. Even if you finish studying the whole Sutta Thanta text, the problems in the mind will be still there. Same as before you met Dharma. All the negative emotion thoughts will be there. Nothing differences, nothing less. So then all the unhappiness and loneliness, everything is there. So so anyway, so there. So while they're studying, everybody, they believe in 5 principles. Those there. So that's the conduct, as far as conduct during the study, during those 8 years study. So it is, so the behavior, that's the conduct, living 5 principles. It will be brought, but it will take again. See? So the idea that that's as far as behavior. Then the other one is what? Then in each other. So one keep diarrhea, diarrhea. So one keep diarrhea. That checking the motivation, checking the motivation. Right. See, one day, how many activities done with self-cherishing thought, and how many activities done with thought of benefit others. Then that one you don't need to report it, but you just keep for information for oneself. Then how many times one lost anger, how many times one lost temper. So that one has to write down and report. So if it's in 1 month, it's more than 20 times one lost temper, then one failed. So that one you report to the species or the one who's the spiritual coordinator. I think at the beginning they didn't understand, so the people have been reporting everything. Then the spirituality coordinator has spent a lot of time with this person, so much time. At the beginning has a good music, so it wasn't like that. So anyway, so that goes, see how much able to practice patience. So that goes includes part of examination. So examination is not the same in the university or even in the monasteries. You said if you're able to write down, able to answer at that time, those moments, then that's okay, you pass the examination. Not just that, but here includes practice. How much the person during that time will behave, and then also the tolerance. So the duty is issued on that basis. So it's very so it's very special degree. So then I was supposed to be after I finished study, then 1 year lamrim. So that when no question their own practice, but when they become teacher, teaching Dharma around in the world, around in this world, so that they're already trained, the mind is already trained, long-term trained. So also have the meditation. So when they teach the words, the words are not empty, not just empty words, but not even there's no realization, but some experience. So you can teach with some experience, so that there's some richness there. So more effective to the people when they listen. Then the teacher become very good model for this ordained Sangha or this lay. So, very good model. A very good model for the students. And not only education, but a warm heart, and also behavior. That was inspiring example. So that was. So then definitely they would practice, from their side. So that's the idea. So this having more of this, fire, basically, so it helps. And there's of course discovering this. Another one. So other centers here in Australia, especially Generation Institute for that, Sangha. So many Sanghas there doing intensive the study. And so what's there, I think so many there doing study, and also there's also Pende, there's some on that too. So there's Yeshe there now. Very good resident teacher I heard. Very good opportunity. So then, very happy with this. So there's only few. So only a few handful of Sangha. Only a few. They have to go everywhere. No time for their own retreat, things like that. all over the world. So soon taking more time. You see, put them to retreat, things like that. So the organization not straighten out. This is one of few handfuls. Say most nuns. Making so busy that so more can be shared gradually. See. So things to bring light, you see, in the world or in the so many or numbers sending many human beings in their life, illumination. So here now, so so along with the study, as much as possible to practice. So that seems very, very important, combined. Otherwise, you can't enjoy the life without practice. Even you're studying Dharma, learning, but you can't enjoy the life because of all the negative emotional thoughts, like a thorn, like you're walking on a thorn, push or rocks. So can't really enjoy the life. That's what happened in the past. There's much study done, but didn't get practice lamrim. So, and somebody, one very old student, has Sangha for many, many years, and good intelligence, studied well, but expressed, unable to find happiness, unable to find satisfaction, unable to find happiness. That's what complain of the that as if the Tibetan Buddhism doesn't give any happiness. So, that's what or something wrong with the Tibetan Buddhism. So there's something like that, something missing there. So better to stick to better. We didn't say, but better to stick to Western psychology. Anyway, so these things happened in the past. So we have to remember those things and why people did not find happiness. It's more Dharma, more philosophical understanding, more learn why you cannot find happiness, why you can't enjoy the life. So we have to think about that. That's a very important subject. Very, very important subject to say. I think everybody to know. So this is a bit lacking something, you see. So practice the lamrim. So now here. So we have one old Sangha, very good example, old Sangha, who have been living at the Chonyi. What's his name? Tamche. Living there for so many years. They lived there for so many years. But very good. Very good. So at the moment, his preference is to be independent, he drive a car by himself and to do everything by himself. But this is his attitude. As much as one is that he wanted by himself. A very happy person. I heard from many people, even though I didn't live there, for many years. But those who live there, everyone, even the Yeshe or the Tibetan monk, others, every day, very happy, smiling, very humorous and very happy. Every day, the same person, it's a great example. Anyway, so sooner or later, in this case, then need to look up to somebody. So anyway, so the students of the Sangha, so here, they have to discuss the so whatever ideas we have to give for this project. So one cannot do activities, teaching or traveling. Have to organize place to look after. So that's the. I think there's a need, not only one place, but a few countries need it, because there are sanghas in different countries. So I think that. So I thought to do New Zealand, but it didn't happen. So maybe I think maybe Eecie has something to say. That part, say. Yeah. You had some idea before, so express.
My name is Eecie, and I'm the director of Amitabha Hospice Service in Auckland. So looking at the elderly Sangha, I've thought about it, and I think there are about 3 different kinds of needs if you look at the elderly Sangha. 3 needs, 3 categories. I'm sure you can divide that in different ways, but this is the way I divided it up. So we have spiritual needs for the Sangha. That includes, I wish I had a whiteboard. I like writing on whiteboards. Anyway, the continuous development of their mind is one spiritual need. It's a broad category, right? Preparation for death. And the third one is serving others. Now, I've just divided it up like that. Of course, they're overlapping, because one is the same as the other. So there's the spiritual needs, continuous development of the mind, spiritual preparation for death, and serving others. Now, in the second category of their needs, the kinds of needs that people, elderly Sangha need, are the physical needs. And that includes the supportive care of their weakening, degenerating, aging bodies. And that includes the medical management of their conditions, like they might have Parkinson's, they might have arthritis, heart disease, maybe cancer, and general loss of function, and even maybe have had a small stroke, and so they have, partial disability on one side of their body, or even full strokes. So physical needs include then they need to have a medical person for the Sangha who can't look after themselves. They need also facility. The facility must be an environment that is specially structured for disability. For instance, it has to have certain features like handrails and disabled toilets and access for wheelchairs, like ramps and things like that. In terms of the physical needs, the second feature besides the environment is the third thing is close access to emergency services. So if they're not terminally ill, then we want to revive them. We want to keep them alive as long as possible. And they need access to a hospital with those facilities, and that needs to be within 8 to 10 minutes, preferably. So then the third category of needs for the elderly Sangha is the social needs. So they need to have contact with other Sangha for support, because nobody knows Sangha like Sangha. And they need to have still contact with their own family, or, their sons and daughters, or, their sisters and brothers, or maybe even, a mother or father that's still alive, that, that they want to visit them and have access to them. And the third thing is they want access to friends. And then we have others, That's, remember, the third category under spiritual needs was serving others. So it's good if they have contact with others, not just out in the bush somewhere, but contact with others. So this comes into my other hat, head, whatever. And as a hospice nurse, I just want to explain to you what a hospice is and what a hospice does. So a hospice has three functions, really. So an inpatient unit, where it provides a place for a patient to go when they are described as terminally ill. When it's seen that there is not going to be any improvement to their condition, and they're eventually going to die. So the hospice provides respite for the patient. It relieves the family of a burden of 24-hour care, and it gives the patient time out from the family as well. And it provides specialized care to manage pain or other suffering symptoms. And then thirdly, it's a place to die, where they can't be cared for at home because they have no family, or people go to hospices sometimes when they want to die away from home, away from the family. So that's three functions, as respite, time out for the family, providing relief from symptoms, and to die, away from home or not in a hospital. So to die in peace, with a happy mind, a peaceful mind, to be prepared for death, really that is a spiritual concern. And currently hospices are providing, the provision of providing care for the spirituality of the person is really not understood. And it's like left to a chaplain or a minister of the faith. And often they have to fit it in with their own time schedule or something, and other commitments, or the institution or the hospice. So medical staff aren't trained to look after the spiritual care. They don't recognize it, really. If someone's kind of writhing around in the bed or looking distraught or something, they see that as an emotional problem. And then, what they do is they give them drugs. The drugs makes the person kind of sedated. And then the family thinks, oh, he's or she is at peace because they're not writhing around the bed anymore. I mean, I don't want to be too graphic, but, it does happen. It's really quite horrific. And basically, I think it's not really just an emotional problem as they're facing the end of their life and everything they know. There's a tremendous loss. There's a tremendous thing that they're going to. They have to be able to figure out how to leave this world, everything they know themselves, such an identity with self we have, all the things that support the idea of who we are and our family, friends, reputation, wealth, position, possessions. And that's kind of hard on people. So some people are prepared for it, but most of the time people aren't prepared for it because actually, we never think about dying. So the usual procedure is to give drugs or to get a counselor to talk to them, But then, if they can't talk, then what to do? There's nothing to do but just give them drugs. The drugs usually doesn't help, by the way, actually, because then the drugs wear off and then the people are just as miserable and upset and, writhing around the bed and nobody knows what to do and it's not very nice. So what to do? Okay, so let's go back to the Sangha and the elderly. This is going to all tie in soon. So back to the Sangha. So if you're looking at the first thing, the spiritual needs, here's a group of people who are probably the best examples in the world, Like Rinpoche just said, they give example by their lifestyle, they're role models. So it's amazing. It's amazing to have this group of people. So they have the greatest advantage to look after others. They're the best people to be able to sit down with, even without any skills about, the psychology business, Just be able to relate to people because they're working from a position of caring for the other. They don't even need psychology, I'm not pretty keen on psychology myself, but they don't even need psychology because they're working from their real good heart. They're working from looking at the other person's needs and caring more for the other person. So instantly they're in tune with them. They're in tune. They connected to the person who's dying. And then this is a group of people who particularly have been working on, I'm going to die tomorrow or today or, this moment. They're working on this idea that death is imminent. And then as elderly Sangha, it's right in your face, isn't it? Because your body is deteriorating, and every week or every year, you're getting weaker, and it's really imminent. It's really imminent that we're going to die. So then they have this life experience because all of us. I'm not a Sangha yet, but all of us, you guys have come from different walks of life, so much to offer people. So I think, this group of people would be excellent to help people who are dying. And, interestingly enough, that the first hospices in this world actually were started in the 19th century in France and Ireland, and they were run by nuns. And so they didn't have any technology those days. They couldn't keep people alive. So what they focused on, what their emphasis was on, was spiritual care, preparing for death. How amazing is that, really? We've got so far away from that because we've got into technology and all these drugs, with all their side effects that just make people more and more ill and sick and unbelievable. It's just would be fantastic if the real business of dying was attended to, was addressed, which is preparation for death. People who are prepared for death, who have a happy mind, they don't even need as many drugs as other people. We had a patient from Burma, and he was amazing. When he knew he was going to die, he took himself up. They had this tiny little house in Auckland, and he put himself in one of the smallest rooms, just his bed. It was just long enough to have a bed and an altar. And he didn't allow any family to come in there except if they were giving his meals. And he had cancer, and he should have been in terrific pain, but he wasn't. He wasn't on any morphine at all. And all the nurses, who come from the straight hospice, where, they're Christians, and everybody has a drug going into them. Everybody who's dying. They've never seen anybody die without drugs. And he died without drugs. Because he had a happy mind. The only person they had to deal with was his wife, who was trying to get used to the idea of losing her husband and, watching him do what he needed to do. It's amazing. Such a teaching for the whole family. Amazing. And for the community. And for all the nurses and doctor who came to see him. Anyway, so meanwhile, you've got, so my idea is that to build a hospice with an adjoining rooms or separate units for Sangha who can do their practices individually or in a group. And then they can support others who are dying when they are able. And being part of the hospice or being part on the land, if they need medical care, then they are right there. Then they have instant access to the medical facilities. And so my idea is to have this prototype in the Auckland area. Auckland has a population of 1.3 million people. And it needs to be an environment that's got a big view, a good view, a big view, preferably looking at the sea, although that's really expensive now. And they've had a big property boom in Auckland, where all the best properties just skyrocketed, so I don't know where I'm going to get this money from. But if anybody sitting here has really got a couple $1 million in their pocket, then please see me. Okay, so that's my idea. So we're in a beautiful environment, like Sangha Rinpoche said, if you provide the beautiful environment, if you provide the right environment, meditation automatically happens. Isn't that true? We look in here, walk in here. Or sometimes when your mind's really disturbed, just sit out on the beach and let your mind just look out into the sea. And the sea just connects with the rest of the world, with all those sentient beings under the sea, and goes off to all the other countries around the world. You just can't help but stay closed up in your own little problem world. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you. Yes, very good details. It's very much. Any other sanghas? Or
Rinpoche, there are some other people who've indicated that they want to speak.
Yes,
Mary, would you like to come?
Rinpoche, Venerable Sangha, and everybody else. I'm Mary. I'm a district nurse. I've been nursing for about 19 years now, and I've been in aged care for about the last 15. As soon as I finished my general training, I went straight into aged care, and during that time I've also worked in palliative care and a community service as a volunteer coordinator. So, and I agree with everything that Eecie says. I think she brought in a lot of really relevant points there, that hospice care is for terminally ill people, and generally you're talking about that last 6 months of life, 3 to 6 months of life is generally the criteria for palliative care. But aged care is more slow stream, what I always refer to as slow stream palliative care. And so if I can read this, because I'm shaking now, caring for our elderly Sangha, compassion for the suffering of old age. As an aged care nurse, it really had given me an opportunity to see the suffering of old age and just seeing the way people grapple with that suffering. They really resisted, and a lot of times people just weren't prepared for it. I'm not going to get old. I'm not going to deteriorate. I'm not going to go downhill. And with this topic, the Sangha, caring for our elderly Sangha, I just think it personally could be just a fantastic opportunity. I mean, you guys are refuge objects. Caring for the aged is, I think, a wonderful opportunity that I've embraced, because I'm caring for my mother's sentient beings who really need me at this time. And so caring for Sangha, for me, it really is a very valuable and precious opportunity. In practicing bodhicitta, practicing generosity, practicing patience. And also I think because it's within a Buddhist tradition, it will then also give anybody who's involved an opportunity to become familiar with dying and the preparation for dying from a Buddhist perspective. And when I heard Rinpoche talk just then, he was talking about education. I mean, I think there could be some real education developed around how to care for our elderly Sangha and how to care for each other as Buddhists and being able to die as a Buddhist and to be able to practice some of those Buddhist traditions such as powwow and I hope I've pronounced it right, I probably haven't, but but, you know, for me, it really is a valuable opportunity. And so, you know, with our elderly Sangha, you know, I've seen that many old people that they get close to dying and they have what they call a spiritual crisis. You know, they're in spiritual pain, you know, and that really does enhance their physical pain when really it's a spiritual crisis they're in. And so, you know, being able to care for Sangha, I hope that we can almost bypass this spiritual pain because we're all prepared for it, aren't we, guys? We are going to die. We know that. You know, Lama Zopa has been telling us that for years, and it's looking you right in the eye. So, you know, for us all, this really is a wonderful time to really try and put into practice some of the teachings. And, you know, I would certainly hope that if this project gets underway, that there'd be some teachings given specifically about how we can care for you all, elderly Sangha. You know, so slow stream palliative care with the aim of it to be to provide comfort and quality of life and to provide ways to make life beneficial for others. It would be from a disciplinary approach where the aged person was the leader and director of care received. The success of doing this becomes reliant on the aged making appropriate decisions at appropriate times. And for me, this is like the linchpin in caring for people with age, you know, who are growing old, that know they don't want help with having Meals on Wheels coming in now, or no, they don't want somebody to come into their house to help them clean for it. No, I can cope with that, etc. And so, you know, as you grow old, it becomes a matter of timing and realising when you need to let go of some of those physical functions. You know, we call them activities of daily living as a nurse, activities of daily living such as cleaning and washing and cooking and shopping and paying bills. To know when you need to let go of those daily activities and just focus more on your spiritual practices. So that becomes a matter of timing, and it also, the most important thing is developing a supportive network. To me, this is absolutely crucial for aged care, and it can happen at home, and it does happen at home. I'm a part of it here in Australia. And a part of that supportive network is having family, being aware of what the role families want to play, visitors, knowing what community events and outings that the Sangha can still be involved in, any phone contacts that can be had, I think they can be part of the supportive network, and of course the role that the Dharma family wants to play as well. I think they have a huge one. You know, but my advice or my suggestion for any Sangha who is aging and getting closer to that time of dying, it would be useful to have a will made out, to have a medical power of attorney organised for yourselves, and to be clear about an anticipatory directive. In other words, how you want to be at the very end for you. You know, if there are certain practices that you want to do, if there are certain commitments that you want to be maintained right up until until you die and past you die. And I'm sure Rinpoche would have some ideas on the sorts of things that need to be done around that time as well. So I divide it up into the sort of the physical deterioration of our body associated with the chronic disease process. This results in a decrease in mobility, which makes it difficult with cooking, cleaning, shopping, showering, etc. Decrease in dexterity, just in fine movements and stuff. Decrease in sight, this is what you all have to look forward to. Decrease in hearing, increase in isolation probably, increase in boredom too. I often see that with aged care, aged people living in the community, they become quite bored. Decrease in continence, that can often be a problem for aged people too, which then has skin care issues. And that's the physical deterioration, which I hope is probably the main one that we'd be dealing with as far as the Sangha is concerned, because it's far easier looking after somebody who's physically deteriorating than people who have developed mental deterioration such as dementia and confusion. If you're looking at that down the track, your cognition will slow down, you'll become very reliant on routine, familiar faces, people, that's what will hold you up. You'll become forgetful in cleaning, eating, taking any medication or any of your practices or anything like that. You'll probably forget them. People with dementia often have wandering problems. They wander around, they get lost, they can become aggressive, they become confused, you'll end up living in the past or somewhere like that. You could develop inappropriate behaviour, your need for eating will decrease, and you can potentially become fixated on something too. And also there's the continence issues as well. I think we'll all have that to look forward to in old age, without a doubt. I've seen very few people die without some difficulties in that area. Generally speaking, mental deterioration requires more supervision and care for a longer period of time than physical deterioration. So I hope and pray that you all have a physical decrease rather than a mental decrease. Services available in Australia. We are very, very, very fortunate to live in a compassionate country such as Australia in caring for our aged. There's heaps and heaps of services readily available and that are inexpensive for anybody that has a healthcare card. And I would assume you all probably would have a healthcare card. There's HAC services, and I can't remember what that means, but what is it? Thank you. Yeah, home and community care. Meals on Wheels will be provided for that. Home help, that can be 2 hours per week. Personal care with showering, and I've also seen that used for helping people, the drop in the morning, in the evening, making sure people are getting up and going to bed okay. Personal care covers a lot of those, like pre-technical nursing stuff, and home maintenance. There's also a district nursing service. That's what I do, and I do a lot of support and monitoring for the aged. And the sorts of services that I could refer you to is podiatry with your foot care, because you often can't reach your toes. OT, occupational therapist, and that's really handy in just getting around a house, having rails and things like that in a place. If you've got if you're on a hill or you've got stairs or something like that, and you can't walk downstairs anymore, ramps and things like that. Yes, it is going to happen, Venerable Neil. I can see you nodding there. No. We don't do that, do we? OTs are terrific in just, working out the environment for you so it is a safe environment. There's also physio for keeping you strong. Ultimately, a lot of being moved into a nursing home is very often dependent on your mobility. So the longer you can remain mobile, the longer you'll be able to stay at home. And I think ideally, if we want to practice palliative care, we want you to die at home or in a home-like environment. That really is what a hospice is. I don't think you have to have a facility. I think Eecie's plan would be wonderful, but like you said, it'll cost a couple of million, and really you could just do it in a home environment. Dietitian, if you lose all your teeth or something like that, you need to change your diet. Social worker, they're often good for dealing with any sort of financial issues. Speech pathology for swallowing difficulties, and the good old continence nurse. Referral can be made by anyone to district nursing. Referral can be made by anyone to a district nursing service as long as consent is given by the prospective client. So it's a very easy service to access here in Australia, and from that you will be put on a clinical pathway. That's the latest acronym we use in nursing these days. The sorts of services that are available in Australia is like a safety link. If you're like, say, I was just brainstorming what could be a possible scenario. I could take on a Venerable Sangha to live at my house and still maintain my work, etc. And so I'm going to be out for 8 hours of the day, and I get a bit worried and concerned, are they going to be all right? So they could get a safety link. In other words, they'd have something on them, and if they fell down or something like that, they'd just have to press that, and I would be contacted to race home and help the Venerable up or whatever. Safety link, great carer support services. Australia's terrific these days in that they don't necessarily want to keep old people out of nursing homes. We can't afford it. So we want to keep them at home. So we have services these days that support carers. So if anybody wanted to care for an elderly Sangha, there's services, there's money available for you to do so, and there's support there for you as a carer. There's community care options, and they've got various packages that can be accessible. Your district nurse could certainly link you in with any of those. There's carer's pension and there's carer supplements for anybody that is a carer, and how much you get is determined by the needs of the person you're caring for. GPs these days should be developing plans for the elderly, and they should be developing, have some sort of pathway, making sure you're being connected with appropriate services as well. And if it's required, because your physical illness, like the sorts of things that end up getting people in nursing homes early are things like stroke and dementia. It's when a person really needs to be lifted and moved around. It becomes very difficult to care for people at home when you've got when there's big mobility issues, when they become immobile and they're required to be manipulated. But community care options has created options in that area as well. So just in just a few considerations for caring for a Sangha in Australia, I think, the sorts of things you want to consider is ease of access to amenities. I know that it has been talked about of having a teacher centre as an aged care facility for elderly nuns. And, I just don't think you're going to be able to access services easily out there. And I also think, too, that for mobility issues, if you've got your frame and things like that, a gopher might be good there, one of those bicycle, things with the engine in it, the three-wheeler things, the gophers, you know what I'm talking about? They could be all right around the centre, I reckon. They would be good, I reckon. When the stoop is there, they could be good. Or your wheelie frames around you go. But I think at this stage, teachers, we're a construction site, which I don't think would be safe for the elderly at this stage. So, and there's really not a community out there that would be able to support you. And particularly as you move on, you're going to need people dropping in at least, once a day. You need a spacious kitchen and bathroom. If somebody's going to be assisting you with a shower or anything like that, we want some room in it. We need room. As a nurse, you need room. Trying to work in small bathrooms is hopeless. And same with kitchen too. I think you'll be able to help yourself to stuff in a kitchen if it's a decent size, spacious kitchen. A good lighthouse, none of this dingy stuff. You'll probably notice a number of you are wearing glasses already, so we need a lighthouse, so there's heaps of light in there so you can definitely see. With minimal steps. Minimal steps is the key. That's what you normally trip over. And I think the really important thing is meaningful activities. I see that a lot with the age. They're bored. And, once again, I think, just meaningful activities. I think that's something that you guys might be able to talk amongst yourself, or Lama Zopa, I'm sure, would have heaps of ideas.
I will think of myself too.
Okay, and so I'm coming to the end now. So what other spiritual traditions have done? The Christians, they've and the Jewish community too, they've done this as well. They've bought land, real estate, buy real estate, and they build their own facility. I think at this stage, because we're a small organisation, or a small-ish organisations compared to the Jews and the Christians in Australia, that potentially you could just buy a house in Brisbane and a house in Melbourne and a house in Bendigo and a house in Perth that would have 4 bedrooms in it, and bingo, I think you've got your aged care facilities there. It's just a matter of buying a house that sort of meets a few of those requirements that I've mentioned earlier on. And, so that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And not very enlightening. Not very enlightening. Thank you very much.
Can I see how many people have got things they want to say so we can just manage Yes, over here. Thanks, Roger. And over there. Yeah. Roger. Back there. Yeah. Hold a few.
I'll just keep it simple. Actually, when I die, I think I'd prefer to die alone. What scares me most is the emotion, other people's emotion, and being around you. I think far more than anything else. But anyway, I hope I can die alone. But if I do need help, I don't want people around me. I mean, of course, with the best of intentions, sort of emotional. So that's my main wish. From what I've seen of older Sangha are getting old, and there's ones that can look after themselves. I mean, they're physically okay, and they're going to die physically okay, and then there's ones that are not physically okay, so they do need some support, some physical support. Anyway, some physical care. I mean, we have one nun in America, and arthritis is quite bad, quite serious. But she's happy. I mean, she's happy. She just wants to get into an isolated place, do retreat, and die. And physical things she's putting up with. There's a lot of pain, but she's managing okay. But her main need is that she just needs the place. She needs some food. Just very basic sort of thing, right? The last thing she needs is a lot of bubbling energy, emotion, and other things around her, creating attachment and other things. It's too difficult. It's quite simple. And she's somebody who needs some support because of her physical condition. Hopefully, most of us will sort of physically be okay. So I don't, as I see it now anyway, for Sangha anyway, I think mostly it's sort of a practical issue, needing needing a fund. And then as people get old, they'll be in different situations. They may want different things. Maybe one Sangha person might want to live within a Sangha community, to be around people, but around the right kind of people who know how to relate to that person. And they can manage. They just probably need some support for their food and accommodation. Maybe some Sangha, I'm sure, want to just go off someplace, find a place they can do retreat, cabin, and just die. It doesn't have to be a big deal. So then they just need some kind of basic support. What the two previous people said is, there's some very good practical issues there, but it scares me, the emotion. Pardon? Sorry? I can't help it. I've seen it all my life, what emotion does. Anyway, and then the gentleman, the monk, the elderly monk, Damsho in New Zealand, in Dorji Chang Institute, he's 82 years old, happy guy, happy monk. He just may die just in a minute, right? He doesn't need much. He's trying to be very independent, but I guess if he lives longer, gradually the independence won't be there any longer. He just needs somebody to bring him food, just make sure he's okay, and then he dies. So I think at the moment, from what I can see, it's just, in different countries there'll be different situations, and people will have different needs. So it's just the awareness of Sangha as they get older. What can we do for that individual Sangha? Maybe there's not always the same answer for everybody, but certainly a fund that would take care of just basic essential needs that according to the individual Sangha. That's all. Thanks.
I would like to give other Sangha the opportunity to speak first, because this is about them, for them, with them. So who would like to speak from the Sangha?
So another enlightening talk, Raja. Thank you very much. This is the first time I think to him, after many years of service. This is the first time I think it. Take the opportunity. There's also one old monk, Nalanda, what's his name? John Cobb. How many years he lived in Nalanda?
About 5 or 6 years.
More. So there was one old monk lived there, Nalanda. Didn't probably just stayed in Nalanda for on. And he passed away peacefully, right?
I wasn't there.
I heard. But anyway, one time I was there, and there was a Vietnamese who was time to time they come family to offer food to the Sangha. So that time they used to have, monks used to have food outside. So there was during Geshe Samba's time, but maybe there was not the time. So this some years ago. So he was there, and I felt. Just by seeing his face, I felt he didn't need to be scared of death, Felt very positive just by his looking at his face. And I think he died peacefully. Yeah. So, of course, some might need because as the memory, if their memory deteriorating, they need help, the prayers or some basic things that, firepower, the needed at the time of the self-initiation. Whatever the person is familiar to recite, verbally recite, not in silence, but verbally recite. The person can hear. The person doesn't have to recite. You just do meditation. So the mouth reciting, somebody else can do. So that in case the person needs, so there's there's difficulties to remembering. So then, the other thing is the main the physical health, hands. So that's I think, as you both mentioned, or Raj mentioned. So I think as the person becomes physically capable, so then please go on.
Gosh, I'm not a public talking person, but this is something that's really close to my heart. And I do absolutely agree with what Roger said, that as you're getting close to death, you just want to be in a quiet place on your own. And I'm very lucky I've got enough money to build a retreat hut. And I'm Mahamudra in Auckland, Coromandel, New Zealand, are letting me build my hut there. And I just want to hopefully just live and die there quietly on my own. We're very lucky in New Zealand and Australia that we don't have to worry about financial support, but we do need to worry about the hut, because not everybody was lucky like I was to have the money for a hut. And I think it would be very nice if an area was put aside in most centres where one or two huts could be built, either by the community there or by the Sangha if they're lucky enough to have some. And then any shopping or anything that needs to be done could be done by the people in the centre for their monk or nun. And that would be a great way for them to practice bodhicitta. and just help each other a little bit. And that's just my opinion.
Thank you very much. Very clear. Good.
I just thought I'd speak of a couple of examples of Sangha, and a couple of other people who have died. We had one of our nuns who had cancer. She was in her 30s, I think, and went to Melbourne. And she was cared for by her family, but actually she, and by one other nun who went down and lived with her for the last couple of months, because she really did need full-time care. And Jean Maiden, who was a student at Chenrezig, an older lady who's going to get ordained, but she also got cancer, and was cared for by her family for the last couple of months, and had some of the Sangha members go over and visit her for that sort of spiritual support. Then we had another nun a couple of years ago. I think she was only in her 30s, and she lived at Chenrezig with the other nuns for as long as she could. And then for the last week, she went down and died with her family in Sydney. And then there was Inta, who many of you will know from the Lamrim Trungpa Centre. Karuna cared for her for a few months, and it was a very interesting experience for me to see both physically and spiritually the support that she needed. She wanted to have people come to help her do her prayers, like she lost the actual strength of concentration to do her prayers. So she had a roster of people coming to do the prayers with her. But she said to me one day, it's quite difficult because everybody does a little bit differently. And it actually became quite disturbing for her. So then I thought, if you're really going to if you're going to have somebody there to help you when you're dying, it's quite good to choose somebody else. Think about who it is that you want. And then the last example was one older man who'd also
maybe to pay some bakshish now.
That's right. And one older man who lived out in Stancourt, where there are no amenities. And he rang me one day at Karuna, and he was only in his 50s, but he'd just been diagnosed with cancer and he had a couple of months to live. And he said, is there anywhere I can come and stay so that I can be around Dharma people? And if we'd had that house in Brisbane, then it would be just great. There was another person in the Gold Coast who rang up and asked for the same thing. So I know they're not ordained people, but in those last few months they wanted to be around their spiritual friends. Other than that, I thought we should just all practice power.
So you chose your dying buddy yet? Can I just give an indication of other people who'd like to speak as well? The healthy young men?
After listening to Roger and Tardo and YK, what has occurred to me is that there's enormous variation between what people want when they're dying. Whether they're Sangha or not, there's going to be enormous variation. And for Sangha, also there needs to be some sort of financial support for quite a lot of Sangha. I'm one of the fortunate ones where I have my own pension from Australia, so I probably don't need that. But there are many Sangha who maybe not in teaching positions, they're not high profile, so they don't have that financial support to be able to go to the place that they want to go to. Or what if they want to do when they die? Lama Yeshe Sangha Fund, of course, is there. It's always chronically short of money, and it's there for people who are working in centres. But now we're talking about people who can no longer work in centres. So in order to maintain the sort of flexibility which seems to be coming up in these discussions, maybe what is needed is some way of funding so that people can have an individual choice, so that individual centres can either support that Sangha person or the Sangha person can contact the fund and build their retreat hut if they need a retreat hut, or get whatever sort of financial support they need in order to die with a happy mind. Whether that means dying amongst people, which some Sangha may want, or whether it means dying alone, that leaves a flexibility of choice, and it also leaves more flexibility for the centres to be able to work with the needs of that particular Sangha person. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Very clear. Thank you.
Rinpoche and everyone else. Bit by bit, my short talk has sort of fallen away as most points have been covered. But I agreed with Roger. I mean, a lot of people say, my cat's disappeared. I think it's gone away to die somewhere. Cats seem to know when to do these things. I'd like to know when to do that, and I'd like to think that there's a cave somewhere I could just go and just do it, without any fuss. So I feel very much the same way. But as Chonyi has just said, everybody is different. Maybe the fund that, or the financial source that Roger was talking about could be used by centres to be very aware with any developments or renovations or new buildings to have some sort of facilities for older Sangha. Because I think it was Mary said, it's the thing now we can't, the government can't support all people going to homes and to special facilities. So they're encouraging people to be cared for at home. Well, for a lot of the Sangha, our home is the monastery. Our home is the centre. Our home is the nunnery. Wherever we're living, we would like to die there. So if the facilities could be there for that to happen, if the people who are responsible for making decisions for developing the facilities could be very actively thinking about that possibility and creating those facilities for the people who wish to use them, I think that would be good, a good use of that fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very plain.
I'm from Nalanda Monastery. And I think Nalanda is prepared to care for the monks when they get old. So in our new building, we have 2 rooms, which are specifically for this purpose, with their own bathrooms. And also we bought just a piece of land in the mountains, in the Pyrenees. And if you want to build your hut there, as monk or nun, you're welcome. And we leave you there to die in peace. So I think there is also a caretaker hut, and someone would look after you. As I said, we are just about to finish our new building project, and there will be 2 rooms, specifically big rooms, specifically for this purpose, to care for our monks.
Thank you very much, Pende. Great.
John,
thank you very much. For some years now, I've been involved in a Victorian state-funded organisation called the Centre for Grief Education, which specialises in training people in dealing with losses of all kinds, most commonly bereavement, but not exclusively. And the statistics are that 10% of people fall apart completely in bereavement and are likely to die early as a result of bereavement or, chain reaction suicides and these kind of things. So we deal with issues like that and training and education in these issues. What
I'm talking about here is that this has got me involved in the death industry. And it is an industry. The funeral industry is a totally unregulated industry in this country. Anybody can set up without any training and do anything and set yourself up as a funeral director. There's nothing to stop you. And I think this is relevant now because our business starts after the box, right? So, and I'll start with the box. I would just like to say quickly that there's no need to spend any money on a funeral. That the Jewish community has got this down pat and has got it down pat for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. There's a Jewish community, in every Jewish community there's an organisation called Yeshe Khadro, which means the Circle of Friends. And the Yeshe Khadro is an extremely old organisation. It means burial society. They are not funeral directors. When you make a call to the Yeshe Khadro, the phone is answered with a prayer. Baruch Hashem, quickly. And then they say hello. Every time they near a body, they pray. If you call the Yeshe Khadro to come, the one thing they do that we don't do is they like to bury as quickly as possible. And my friend who's the director in Melbourne, his record is 2 hours from death certificate to the ground, which is probably the opposite to how we think. And it's a completely discreet organisation. They run the whole thing themselves. Now, if they have to sit up with a body's never left alone. If a body's kept overnight for some reason, if they die on Shabbat or something like that, they don't bury on Shabbat. They do not cremate. This is Orthodox Jews. They do not cremate. Men, the Yeshe Khadro is all volunteers except for the permanent staff. Now the bodies are washed. Men wash men. Women wash women. It's the same with the Muslims. Do the same thing. There's ritual washing, ritual clothing. It's all incredibly prayerful. In commercial funeral workshops, which are usually at the back of industrial sites, not anywhere near the glossy premises you see, they've got the radio on and they're talking football when they're doing this. So I'm really impressed with the way the Jewish community handles death. They're experts at death. Coronial issues. State laws, coroners will cut when they feel like it. The Jews are very against the body being cut. There's big laws about that. And the director of the Yeshe Khadro will go down to the coroner's court where they're well known and argue against an autopsy and usually win. If there's clear cause for an autopsy, the Jewish community will always go with the law, to follow the law. But if there's no clear cause, then they say, no, don't cut. We know what this person died from. We've known this person for a long time. We know the cause of death. We're completely comfortable. They have the reputation with the coroner. They know who they're talking to, and there's no autopsy. In this country, you're required to deliver a body to a cremator. I'm going to talk about cremation. I think we're most interested in cremation. We want those ashes for those stupids. You're required to deliver a body in a box. The Yeshe Khadro produces all Jews go down in the same box. It's a pine box, maybe painted black or maybe just unplaned with rope handles. It has holes drilled in the bottom, which they pretend the health department doesn't see because the law says that the body must touch the ground because they're all buried. But anybody can order one of those boxes and you buy it directly from the Jewish community, otherwise you'll pay double. They're about the same price as cardboard boxes, which are not cheap. Cardboard boxes are a little bit sort of health foodish, really. It's not as cheap as you might think. There's also a law that you have to be put in a plastic bag inside the box. The Muslim community has fought this one because the Muslim community also bury and don't cremate. And they took that to the health department and said, Muslims are not frozen chickens. And won that round. So if you can prove that, and if you've got, what this needs is spokespeople. It needs proper spokespeople. So the same people are dealing with the authorities all the time rather than people are coming up and screaming and, saying something that the authorities have never heard of before, never met you before. Different cemeteries have different kind of personalities. So if you want to set up to help your friends die or help your friends be cremated, or, and removed from the house and all these things, you should go around the cemeteries and have a little talk and see which one you like, really, because some of them can be quite aggressive, because they don't want to deal with anyone except the flash funeral industry because it's easy. So you need to prove that you can handle the form. There's a lot of form work. The body has to be delivered in a closed vehicle, any kind of closed vehicle. I always had a yen for a ute myself. But you need to check up things like that and what are the requirements of that particular cemetery, because they will be particular. And you'll find the right one. There's always some person there who says, I'd love to do this. I've always wanted to do this. This is wonderful. Other one who says, I don't want anything to do with you peculiar people. That's how it'll be. That's all right. I think that's it. You can bury illegally, of course. And I've given talk about this and advised people in the past. In Victoria, if you have a piece of land you own and you would like to be buried on your piece of land, then the best thing to do is to die at home so that you're not in the hands of anybody, your body isn't in the hands of anybody else. You get your friends up there, choose the spot, you could go there, they could dig it for you, you could go up and watch the digging, It's got to be a certain, you want to go down below a metre. The law likes a metre. Although in the cemeteries if they can slip a third one in under this much, they will. Then what you should do is take a video or make a film of the procedure, because you don't want to be mischievous and waste the public's time and money. So if you go down amongst the metre, then you need to be carried up there and you've got to be lowered down into this hole to metre. So I always thought you'd take a nice tablecloth or something, or something so people could stand on the other side and just lower the body down, because obviously you don't need a box, you don't need anything, you're doing what you want to do. And then you just fold the cloth in, but you run a video, you take a film of this, you need a record. You also need two doctors. You need two doctors to sign death certificates. You need to have friends who will do that and make sure that the paperwork's impeccable. And then if that land is ever sold, at some time later you just have to sell that land, then at that time you go to the local police station, you hand over a copy of the death certificates and the video, and you say, I would like to inform you that there's a body, this is the body, this person is buried in this place here. Because if you don't do that and they start to excavate for a building, you're going to set in chain an extremely expensive and wasteful investigative exercise. And so anybody who would like to set up in every state would be, I think, a great thing for the Buddhist communities to do, and would save an awful lot of money, because you can spend $5,000 on almost nothing at a funeral, and you end up with in a room like a motel room with sort of fake Regency furniture, and it's extremely expensive, and it just goes up. And many places will only show that their first coffin will start at about $800, and the next one's $2,000, and things like that. And the other thing about dying as Sangha, and I'm very happy to say this in front of my Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, I think that there are many of us who, live our ridiculous Western lives, and in our heart would like to die in robes. So I think that that's probably going to be a growing issue with old students who mightn't have the courage to live as Sangha, but would love to die as Sangha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele. I didn't understand every single word, but I accept what you say. All the details about the funeral? Funeral, yes. Thank you very much. As Adele mentioned about dying with ropes. So I told Harvey is a student, I think many of us know, who works for how many deputy director? He's been international office director for some years, and then quite a long time, and then Lama Zopa Rinpoche director, then also for Monastery in London. when it was center was FPMT. Yeah. Once Alveston. So we organized for so much of his life. So anyway, I told him that if you know you're going to die, then one day before become a monk. One day before become a monk. So I think that's what I remember. Hard talk reminded me that. Anyway, so please go on. Sorry.
Rinpoche, I could be talking rubbish, so please correct me if I'm wrong. I hope everybody's being kept very busy working for FPMT projects for our Guru Lama Zopa. But if they're not, and like me, I was worried about my financial situation. I've studied a nursing degree, and I just wanted to make a little advertisement that I'm finding it to be very beneficial for my own practice, because as a nurse we're taught ethics of benevolence to benefit others, non-malevolence not to harm others, justice, we're encouraged to fight injustice, and autonomy, which is to respect every individual's wishes. Since I started nursing, I've developed a lot of joy to help other people. I've begun to love my mother sentient beings, so it's definitely helped me in my buddhity to practice. The other good thing is that it gives you a lot of flexibility to work where and when you want. So you can work for a few months and go to India for 3 months as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rinpoche, Sangha, spiritual friends. John Lake from Hyogo, the Buddhist Centre. Speak up a bit. Okay. So at the last FPMTA meeting, I did mention the need to look after Sangha a lot better than we've currently done. And this is obviously one issue that we need to address. So there's been a lot of good ideas put forward here, and I don't think we're going to come to any conclusion today. So it's more an offering that, as I made the same offering to FPMTA, that if it helps, then I can help coordinate how we're going to look after Sangha better in Australia from here on in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your service.
I noticed that the Sangha all seem to think that they're going to approach death with their full faculties. And it's my limited experience that this is not always the case, although with the spiritual practice, it may be that...
Sorry, could you start again?
Rinpoche, Venerable Sanghas, everyone. It's my experience, and it is limited experience, that when the faculties start to go, they go very quickly. And I'm associated with a Portuguese woman, and she's 84 at this time, and she's been all her life a staunch socialist, and she has lived in many countries to get away from her son going to the army, and she's fought all her life, and she's extraordinarily independent. But now at 83, 84, her faculties are beginning to go, and she's fighting it. Like she's really fighting it. But her mind is going. She forgets things. She locks herself in and hasn't remembered that she's locked herself in. And you get the panic call that something has happened. And she's got a Vita call, which is a fabulous function. But if you, I agree with these small huts. They're a fantastic idea to be able to go somewhere and die by yourself. The Japanese also have a tradition where at 60 years of age, they go up the mountain and they just go off and they die. And if it takes them one day, then it takes them one day. And they actually have able to bring their consciousness that, in a couple of days they've died. Like they may not be ill, but when they're 60, they go away from the village so as not to be a burden to their family, and they die. And they die very quickly. Power in another form. But if your faculties are going, you've got no choice. You need help. You need someone to bathe you. You need someone to put you on the pot. You need someone to wipe your butt. You need. And so there's more than just the practitioner who wants to meditate until they die. I remember at Tashita, one old monk died, and he died, in Vajrayogini posture, and I only heard about it through Cherry, but I was quite impressed that he was able to maintain his bodily control over his body to do that. But not all of us are going to be that. Some of us are going to have dementia. It will be interesting for everyone to see just how strong the spiritual practice is, that you are able to maintain your faculties longer until the death time. But that's not going to be for everyone, and so that you're going to be looking at two areas. You're going to be looking at the palliative care area, and then you're going to be looking at the needs where the practitioner only needs their practice, which is fabulous and way to go. But the other way of going, you do lose your faculties, and you need help with everything. There's just nothing that you can do for yourself. So it's not just one thing. We do need these small retreat huts, but we also need to think about, as Mary and Izzy, have spoken of. It's more than one area. It's the retreat hut for the practitioner, and it's also the palliative care. So at the basis of all of it is funds. So we come back that you've just got to have money to provide for these people. So I just want to mention that you don't know that you're going to be the one that's going to die in your practice. You may be the one with the karma that loses control of themselves, and so you have to. It's not only huts, which it's the way. When I die, I've always said, I just want to go off and die. I don't want anyone around me, and I don't want anything. I just want to go off and die. But then, there's the people who do lose their memory, dementia, all of those things. So it's two areas that you need to look at strongly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I guess just as somebody who's a mother, wanted to make the comment that for Sangha who have had families, I guess I'm imagining it's a little bit like getting married, that you don't necessarily do it for yourself, that people who love you want to be part of that process and have something to say, particularly if you don't have your faculties about you. And so it's perhaps something that we need to involve families in the planning for, and carers also need to take account of both the wishes of the dying person and the family members who also love them and want to be part of that process for them.
Thank you very much.
Rinpoche, Venerable Sangha, and everyone. I'm very new practitioner, but I
wanted to share one thing because I'm so sorry, Roger, but I'm too attached to Sangha, and I'm working on it. And I hope that I offer it quickly. But a year and a half ago, I do my practice mostly alone. I live in a very isolated place in the United States where there is no Dharma centers, and I drive 10 hours to get teachings, and fly to Australia to get teachings. But what I've done is I've requested always that the Guru be in my heart. And a year and a half ago, I offered to Lama Zopa as an offering that I volunteered for hospice. And that would be my offering. And as you know, whenever you give to the Guru, you get gifts back, and you never know what they are. But a lot of those gifts came in hearing all of you speak, and they're short, and I just wanted to quickly share them. One, this beautiful woman that I took care of lived in a house with people yelling and screaming around them. One girl had a wheelchair, so I also learned how to help somebody in a wheelchair. She's 18. In the United States, if you're 18, there is no more money to have people massage your limbs, which they give to children, so that paralyzed people will have the circulation going in their limbs. And so they run out of money in the United States for that. But so that's a service that many people could just massage the limbs of people who are dying or have that paralysis problems, because it helps their circulation better. And the other thing I learned was that this wonderful woman that lived in this house, there were people yelling, and even one of the boys lit a fire in the house the day before she died. But she just said, she said, "What's that noise?" And I said, it's your family. And she says, "Oh, no. Those are angels." She says she had the purest view I've ever seen anyone. She was such a model. And she says, "No, they're angels. I learned a long time ago from my Christian faith that I look at everyone as perfect. So their words are just blessings for me." And then the day before she died, I was going to there had been a teaching spontaneously offered at Landed Medicine Buddha, Tara practice for Rhubarb Rinpoche, because he was experiencing some difficulties. And I wanted to go there so that I could be part of that. And the day before I left, I was with her, and it was very clear she was dying because the lady in the house kept trying to give her medicine, and she kept throwing it up. And then I just sat with her, because that was my job, was just to be with her. And I was just doing the best to pray. And she said, "My body, my legs are outside of my body." And I just said, "It's okay. Would you like me to hold you?" And I just held her. I put my hand on her forehead because that's what she liked. And I said, I said, "Don't worry about the body." I said, "I believe you're dying. Just go with it." I said, just hold, she believed in Jesus. I said, "Just hold Jesus in your heart, and you know what to do." And then I went off, and I was with all of the Sangha at Landed Medicine Buddha when she passed. And I wanted to thank the Sangha that I was with. The other thing that I learned is that each country has strengths, and each country has things that they're learning. And it would be very great if you set up all these places, and I'm happy to be part of setting up all those places in whatever way, that if the FPMT Center could link them together through technology so that it's not limited to one person who lives in one various country, because it might be that you have lots of huts here and there's no one who has a hut somewhere else, then maybe you don't even have enough people for your huts. But or somebody else might have money. Like, for instance, there's a house next door to me where I live in Elko. And I would love a Sangha to come. I don't have enough money to pay for the house, but if somebody else did, I have credit. I could buy the house, and I could offer that, and they could pay the payment, and we could give it to FPMT. I'm trying to show you what creativity came to me, and that person could live there. I'd feed the person and take care of them. It's right next to my house. It's only a 2-bedroom house. But it has a bathroom and a facility in a very quiet place, in an isolated place, quiet, surrounded by lots of trees. And that way, when they died, it could be passed on to somebody else who also needed a space. So those are just things I learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your service.
Is nobody else who would like to speak? I'm sorry, so close. Put the hand right up. Is anybody else who's got a hand half down? Yeah. There. Thank you. No? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to say something. I just wanted to follow on with what Adele had said, talk about circle of friends. In the Aboriginal community, they actually have a funeral fund, and they have a particular person who organises the funerals, and that's an Australian-wide service. So that's the first comment. And the second comment is that I think there needs to be someone who actually coordinates this. The idea in my head is something like a Sangha member saying, okay, it's time, I'm going to retire. Who do I talk to about where I get a hut, how I get the funds, what services do I need? It sort of seems like that would be the most helpful to you, wherever you are, whether you're in Australia, New Zealand, America or wherever. They're the comments I have.
Thank you very much.
Lama Zopa, I just want to tell you that what I've done is I have written down exactly what I want to happen when the time of my death comes, and how to notify people who need to be notified, my guru, Lama Zopa, and other people. And we need to do that while we're, while the little bird's sitting on the shoulder but hasn't yet tweaked, because it's no use thinking that you're going to live forever. We don't know. We can die. And I think that it's very important that Sangha do that, and put it with a will, or put it with a monastery or with somebody who will be contacted when you die, and those things can be put into place. I've actually read onto a tape practices that I want done, that if I can't do them myself, that I would like someone else to do, or just to put the tape on because it's my voice and I've read the practices onto the tape. So, we can think of things like that. But that's important for everybody, because it's a real difficulty when somebody dies and there's no direction about what to do or what their wishes are. It creates quite a conundrum for people. I also do funerals, and I've done one on a beach at 7:45 in the morning with the surf, and we had no problem getting permission to do that. I've done one at home in a garden with the body on a table surrounded by rose petals and flowers. There seems to be flexibility, at least in the area where I am in Queensland, as to what you can do and where you can have funerals.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful for preparing future.
We're going to finish in just a few minutes at 4:00. It's about 6 minutes to now. So there's a couple more people who've indicated they'd like to speak. So if they'd like to do it, if there are people who've spoken once and would like to speak again, but I think we're going to have to say thank you. We'll find other ways. I'm sure this has started conversations which will continue. And John, for one, has indicated that he will be a contact person as well, and we'll have some discussion about how this might continue after here, but we won't do it as a large group at the moment. So the people who haven't spoken and who would like to can come and do it. And was there someone else over here that I saw? Joe. So just come and stand by the microphone so we can move quickly.
Nanda somewhat stole my thunder as I was going to talk on some of those issues. But a lot of the focus has been on the older Sangha, but we've also got to consider that some of our younger Sangha
could contract cancer or whatever and die at a young age. So,
I've never thought about that. I thought the young Sangha will live forever.
It gets down to issues about being prepared, I guess, in that who has a will, who doesn't have a will. I can't remember the exact name of it, but the medical agreement into how much invasive things are let happen to you when you're dying, and also an enduring power of attorney for someone to look after your needs. How to address this issue when a lot of the Sangha will be moving all over the world on business of Rinpoche makes it more problematic as well. And the thought that crossed my mind, whether it's practical or not, would be that every member of the Sangha to have some sort of form travel with them to say, I want this person contacted in case of death. My will is with these solicitors. I have an enduring power of attorney. I want these practices carried out, and that should travel with them. Alternatively, it can come back to the centres that every time a monk or a nun travels into a centre, then the centre makes sure that they have the necessary details if something was to happen to the member of the Sangha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sangha and Asha brothers and sisters. There's a lot of aspects in this which there's a lot of relevance, and another relevance too, where passing away will occur is the actual environment and the realm in which you're in. And being involved in construction, one of the things that I want to do in my life is part of my dedication to Dharma is helping to create infrastructure and helping to create harmonious and resonating environments and structures for people to do practice and also for passing away. So I'm just expressing my interest in, because I see this is not going to happen in the next few months, looking at something happening in years, and I'm expressing interest in offering my services on a construction basis.
So, thank you very much.
Yeah. Can I just check while we're here? Is there anybody else who wants the last say? Because there's only time for one more. I'm sorry? Oh yes, I mean from the floor, of course.
I guess my main thought, hearing all the various comments people have made, is that some people have have an idea they want to die in a peaceful place and in the right location, the right time. Other people talk about people who don't know when they're going to die. They're sick, they're ill, they have various ailments. Yeah, from the lamrim we know death is certain, but we don't know when it's going to be or how it's going to be. And so as much as we'd like to die in the right frame of mind, we may not be able to. We don't know, but our gurus do. And also all the geshis at the centres and the monasteries or whatever, we can always ask them for some advice. If people are sick and they're starting to lose their marbles, then, we can ask the geshis and then they'll know what's the best place to put them in. Oh, well, I'm hoping that's the case. And I think that's I've got another point, so that'll do.
Thank you very much.
I think nobody else from the floor now, and thank you. We'll hand over to Rinpoche.
Thank you very much. I just said thank you very much. That's all. Thank you so much. Everybody's so wonderful, dynamic ideas, and everybody having many good thoughts. This to help. So ideas. We'll collect many more ideas and we'll put together. And so as virtually as the Sangha happens to that come the time to need to look after certain set up, after having set up the places, then ready to be there. So that's the whole point. Of course, so we set up those places. So depend on the individual Sangha. So those who need to be in those places were looked after externally and as well as the spiritually. So we just arrange other than Sangha who want to pass away in the Himalaya mountains or the Mount Kailash or the beach, end of the ocean, or Africa. So other than those, it was dying in the cave. That is according to with nobody that you guide by yourself. There's a 4 reliance, the Kadamba's 4 Kadamba. 10 animals jewels. There's a 4 reliance. So one of them is Shivutava. When you die, you lie on the cave. So there's a 4 reliance. So objective Dharma to the beggar. Don't bullshit it. So the objective of the beggar around death, and the objective of the death, the cave. The 4 reliance in the Kadamba's poem, the 10 animals jewels. This is talking about the renunciation. The renunciation to this life. So that's all. That's when you talk about that and cave, absolute place alone. So that's relates to that. So of course, those who are like to that, then hopefully find very big cave. So then the person can dance at the time of death or whatever. It's okay. So then also we have facilities, those who, physically lose capacity or need to also look after the, take care of the mind. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Changju Samjo Rinpoche, Maje Wanam Tijue, Jewa Nyamba, Kone, Kondo, Power, Show. I would like to mention, since we're talking about death, there's, if you recite the Buddha, also, Nanginimbo. There are 8 Bodhisattvas. Nanginimbo, Aksha, in Sanskrit, Aksha. Sanskrit Akasha means sky. Buddha, the essence of the sky. Akasha. So this is the one. No. This one is a Kung Fu confession. If you broke with several vows, if you broke the vows, then there's a confession. This Bodhisattva is meant for purification. So you do you do the side name, and there's practice purifying the broke with vows. Bodhisattva Nanginimbo. Now here, what I'm trying to do is Namsal, Bodhisattva eliminating defilements. So if you chant this mantra every day, so then when you die, you don't experience the heavy, terrifying karmic appearances, all kind of all these karmic hallucinations, terrifying terrifying death. Pain, sickness, pains, incredible, terrible pains. Die without all the you see, before you get born in the lower realm, there's already preparation that's happening at the time of death. Sign. Maybe it's good to hear. That Genchambong, one of the most successful meditators who actualized in this life, both Jitta, realized emptiness and personalization, then completed the 6 Yogas Narva, who who had great success of attaining path. One of the first meditators at Dharamsala was meditated. He was a doctor in Tibet. Doctor is not a monk who's not a monk, is a monk, but not studying, not following the disciplines of the monastery, but they fight, and this is kind of they go to competition with jumping and jumping, power jumping. So they serve the food, tea, monastery. There's some service they do, and they don't study. See. So they do some service. So there's a doctor, it's called doctor. In the books called translated, there's a monk police, but not. Anyway, so he was, that's what he explained to us. He was very alive in the monastery. That's so many stories in life. Anyway, so then later, my root Guru Rinpoche gave a Guru Puja commentary in the Shide monastery that belonged to Checho Ling, from whom they received the great Lama, from whom they received a commentary on Guru Puja, that their Guru's monastery. So someone gave commentary there. So there are thousand monks, all the learned, many expert, learned, very famous from many monasteries. Those, so during that time, Genchambong attended that, and somehow by listening to the teachings of Guru Puja, they totally changed mind, generated very strong renunciation. Realizing the meaningless life and all that, no essence, samsara, all that. Then he left the monastery, went to see very high Lama, one by all Lama, but maybe literally 100 years. So who holds the 4 traditional teachings? It's a Glupa Lama, but holds 4 teachings. So Genchambong went to see him and explained, that it's going to renounce life, go to the caves to go to the mountains to meditate. So then this Lama did a divination, and this is very good. So then have guided, and then go to Pempo, where the Kadamba Geshe's caves are. So to go to meditate there. So then gave the teaching commentary on the Pilruti, the taking the essence. So if you are living in the very, very remote, far very high mountains, so the takes so much time to go to collect food from village or from city. So very, very far, extremely far. So they so much lifetime of that. So then you take this pill, you make these pills, or you can get from somebody who might die. Then you do the retreat. So Lama, the Geshe Chamba, he received commentaries from this Lama how to do the pill retreat, taking lessons. So he did. It's 21 days retreat. So he did that, succeed, and so you cut down the food, make less like that. You bless the pill and you take the pill, and also 21 days the retreat is there. Then after that, wherever you are, don't then you live on the pill, so you don't have to waste time for looking for food and all that. So the other advantage is it makes mind very clear, very clear, so sensitive all day, so very, very clear. And gets less obstacle and to be able to easy to complete one point in this concentration. You're going to do a retreat, You're going to retreat the samatha in calm abiding, which is the 9 levels. So that very helpful for that. Also, I think it's I think even for health, it's a great transformation. I think maybe also I think sicknesses get healed by doing the pill retreat. So he but it's in the second century, so that again somehow so during the first Dharma celebration, I think maybe I thought maybe idea came from me, I'm not sure. So requested to Genshi to give the teachings on the pill retreat. That time many old Sanghas, they have taken Lama translate, and they have taken the teachings on the pill, and many of them they did. And the one nun to the Pema, I think Geshe said that she was the one who was succeed most, and was the best, one of the best. Only I think there was one monk, I think was unable to do, because usually can't, it's difficult to fast. So usually when evening it's difficult to do. It somehow doesn't fit to doesn't have karma, or however even can't so get vomit and so much headache. In Italy one time, so that night, vomit and sick and headache, so much enough to do. So somehow, so the many of them they did the retreat, completed 21 days. So anyway, so that time he's in the second century, which is in Dharam school in the incarnation of Marpa's son Dhamatudi. So Rinpoche wasn't too pleased of doing the pillar retreat because he said, we have to live in Dharamsala. He said, we have to live here in Dharamsala. So there's some saying that it makes the country poor. It makes the country poor and economically by doing pillar retreat. That's what Rinpoche was saying. We have to live in Dharamsala. So with the pill, you have to visualize all the essence of the world absorbed in the pill, so that, you see, 4 elements, everything. So you have to do that meditation. So there's some say that, it affects the person get benefit, but it affects the country, something like that. So let me say, I was saying like this. Anyway, I wasn't keen on the people doing pill retreat. So anyway, so then someone did retreat in the Tibet, in one of the Kadamba Geshe, Kumlungpa. So all day long during Georgia, the people practice. That's what he said. All day long during the preparatory practice. So I'm not sure that's combined with Lama Zopa, not high, but there's practice without those other highest things, without so much of those practice for preliminary for lamrim meditation. See, so all day long, but on the basis of taking pill, then did preparatory practice all day long. I think definitely 1 year, but then escaped from there to he was at Baksa. I think it was Baksa. Just outside of a very long building. There is a prison, the building for prisoners. So, and windows with bars and the halls. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what it's for. I'm sure. And doors that has good bars like that. So outside the courtyard, there's a cement platform. Let's teach. Whatever. So then on the outside there's something like this. So then monks they take bamboos from forest and crush. Then they make small huts. So you usually live there. Normally you don't see him. Occasionally I will see him outside, going for bathroom. Bathrooms behind. There's a whole line of bathroom behind. Different parts there's bathroom built. So some monks go down. Some monks have to walk a long time for bathroom, go up and down. So where I lived for some years, behind this in the bathroom, some part of the monks there. So anyway, so sometimes I see outside. So totally different than other monks. The way he dress, and the way he walk, very mindful. Is exactly Vinaya. So you can see total different person. Who's a real meditator. You can feel a total mindfulness. And the conductors. So anyway, so I hear that he was with some groups of monks. And so when he was having lunch, so the monks were discussing tonight that they're going to make more, supposed to good food. So if he heard from the group, they're going to make more. So if he hear, then he doesn't come tonight. So I think it's a practice, renunciation, desire attachment. So if he hears all the guru is talking what food to make, and something like delicious food, something normal, something that say some special food, then if he hears, he doesn't come. So anyway, then he went down to the house. Then there's very, very high Lama from Nalanda Monastery. Hursthouse is the calm. It's home, never. So he practiced while he was studying in the monastery. Became a great scholar and a great practitioner. Then as soon so he became Geshe with the another great Lama, second position, great yogi. So they were become Geshe to the examination together. It happened. But then as soon as Geshe as soon as do Rinpoche finished Geshe examination, in Lhasa where the many so many extremely learned thousand monks, and all the monks from those large monasteries together, and days of many days of examination. They have to give answer among all those in the public, the monks and the abbots, and sometimes they say Mr. Lama, listening, watching. So so this to give very much he left to the mountains near Lhasa, very high mountain. Nothing normally is covered by fog. On the top, so high. With the Lama Zopa Rinpoche text, the lamrim Chemo, so honor that text, carry, and then rope the ropes, the choker namja, this ropes of the full ordained monk, and that is very, very basic. That's what you need to carry. And then you go to a place on the mountain or cave to the practice. So with his attendant, so as he climbed the mountain, room for cave, then there was a stone coming down from the mountain. So stone is one after another. So he followed the stone. From where the stone was thrown, he followed. Then after some time there was a cave. So in this cave there was skeleton meditation, skeleton sitting like this, human skeleton. So then he sat down outside the cave and he offered mandala. After he offered mandala, the skeleton collapsed. So then he decided, he chose that cave to meditate. So I don't know how many years meditated that. Then his disciples came slowly to Geshe's, disciples came to exercise the path. So they're not together, all far those mountains, quite distance, they're meditating, on the path. So many years ago, there's extensive studies now, they experiment exercise on path. Even that is exactly as, in other words, exactly as scientists, but the scientists on the experiment on the path. So what they've learned before intellectually. So this Lama, and lived down south, and guided quite a few selected. He doesn't accept just anybody who come there to want to renounce life or to mentally. He doesn't accept. He just checks, and then only those who can do it, then he accepts it. So there's one core group. Basically Geshe, learned who started. So Khensamot was one. So one time His Holiness Dalai Lama want people to do more shine, want to have more. You see, he mentioned Ichi shine. He want to have more. So Geshe Rabden was, working for His Holiness Dalai Lama. Geshe Rabden, who was my first teacher, taught, the very beginning of the philosophical study. After Geshe Rabden finished Geshe, then I think maybe His Holiness Rinpoche's introduction to His Dalai Lama thing, because in Sangha was the introduced guru of Geshe Rabden as well, besides Lama. So then we left Baksa, where I lived 8 years. It was a concentration camp for Mahatma Gandhi and Nehru, and many people were killed there. They were prisoners during British time. So then Geshe Rabden helping listeners, I think, for debate or whatever, and other things like this, so lived down Sava. So Geshe Rabden went, I think maybe sent to check Dalhousie, any monks who have realization of samatha, or pursuing to attain, to achieve. So then that time gets among. Then he began to mentor Shine, and then he achieved there, and then they lived Dharamsala for many years, different places. Down below the mountain where Nalanda Monastery in the Lama's altitude lived. So he lived down below. One rock, he digged, then become cave. He lived there for 7 years. That's where I realized emptiness. Because when I was taking the first commentary about the Geshe Rinpoche, so Geshe Rinpoche used to say if he had questions, ask Geshe because he has a fresh experience. So then there might be time to what happened. And then on the mountain, also lived there for a number of years. Then after Geshe Rabden left Switzerland, and then lived in Geshe Rabden, a small room for I think quite a number of years. So, who was it? I lost what I was talking. Why I'm talking this? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. So I went around. I went to circumambulation. So yeah. So he gets motivated. He exercised bodhicitta there, Dharamsala. So they proves that he sometimes when we're Dharamsala, so someone comes to see us, and then that's the most interesting time that we had. Lama myself, because he's not so much his own realization, but his past stories. When he was stopped over what he did, all the things that he makes you laugh, all the puns. So that, and then not so much talk as a realization. He doesn't talk. He's very he's not a person who not talk. Even from private office, one time came some American scientist to check, with the machines, how much would they generate more heat, and to check about what you can concentrate on or something. So the private office of His Dalai Lama sent this American scientist to check, but But Geshe, he didn't accept. He said, if you don't leave me alone, I'll leave Dharamsala. So this is what I told to private office, send message. But other ministers accept. Live on the mountain. One who completed 6,000 hours. So you see in the picture, many wires, many wires from body. They kind of like a mud house. Very simple, then a lot of wires in the body. Like in being hospital. It looks like that. Anyway. So someone used to tell us that he has never been, 7 years ago, he has never been in somebody's house just for himself, for his sake, for his purpose. He never, what? 7 years. What? What is 6? Oh, I see. That's right. Since 7 years ago. Since 7 years ago. Since 7 years ago, you see. So he's never been to other people's house for his own purpose. So that means, what you understand, that means he generally it didn't mean he didn't went to other people's house, but it didn't mean that. But it means, go generally Bodhicitta 7 years ago. So you see, of course, if you generate bodhicitta realization there, not total seeking happiness for oneself, rather seeking for 1 second. So that's what we're saying, that you see, since 7 years ago, I never went to somebody's house for his own purpose. So this, due to some conversation, it came out. So however, so I think especially then, says, well, not, he has a great realization. So of course, he would have those, clairvoyance, those things, we'll see. So he would come up to get some, you see, he would come up, suddenly he would appear to us, when there's need in that. So it's also the people, Dharamsala, somebody who's having so much trouble, dying or something. I think he see from his cave, not necessarily that he knew this person, but he suddenly appears. It comes in the right time. So I think he sees also whenever you go to see someone's Dalai Lama, he never have to go through the secretaries or office. So he himself told me that he can go straight to see someone. He didn't have to go through the office. So he told me that. So one time I requested his to give the Javajasu initiation when I was living a long time down in Sala. So he said this is the only time that he went through the office. So I think he knows the right time to go to. I think he knows from the cave, from the images, he knows which is the right time to go to see. So I think it might be that also. So anyway, so very inspiring whenever he comes to meet us when we meet him. So he brings information, which he mentioned or different parts of the world in India or other people, or what realization they achieved. Or Dharamsala. So he goes see Sunas Dalama, gets him on. Then he says, this is what they have a conversation with what as soon as they received letters, information from different Geshe or students, offering their realization to his Sunas. Then his Sunas tells him, so then he tells us. So it's very inspiring. So very inspiring. So very interesting. Time whenever we meet, get something like that. Of course, sometimes you hear also political things. He is funny, and then so one time. So now the the main story, the key story. What I was going to tell is that. So there's one. I think it's Kamba. One person dying was screaming so much, unbelievable screaming. So this Kamba had vision, goats, sheep's goats, so many coming on his body, attacking to him. So it was crying, it was shouting so much. But all his friends in the house, in the bedroom, nobody can see. Nobody see one goat. Nobody see one goat. So you see, nobody see one goat in the bedroom. So I think Gensama came to talk to this, to help to this person dying. So Gensama checked. He checked the how he lived the life, his early life. So he was in Tibet. He was a butcher. He killed many goats. So before going to Lower Realm, before this is signed preliminary Lower Realm, going to Lower Realm, but before that, he had already prepared the preliminary sign. So many goats, you see, attacking him. So he was having this karmic vision, karmic vision, so terrifying. Then there were then there was one Amdo, very rich man in Nepal, who lived his life selling, the statues of Buddha, Tankas, that became wealthy by selling Lhundrup. That the family was a very big sponsor, benefactor of the second Lhundrup monastery. Every year they invited several monastery monks and they requested the monks to recite 100,000 times the 21 praises. But of course, basically mainly for business. They, I guess, other motivation. So anyway, when this, the father, the husband of the family, when he was dying, it was, I think, became like Prata, huge belly. And I think, so it came from, the doctors could not do anything, so it came from hospital and to home. So there's steps to go upstairs. So each step took 1 hour to climb up. It was so painful, so difficult. So can't drink, can't eat. So there was water, but so difficult to get to even drink water somehow. I don't know what the reason is so difficult to drink even drop water. So exactly Prata, the hunger grows to Prata already, experienced that smell. So then he was having vision when he was dying. His bedroom was totally filled with the ants. Totally filled with ants coming, crowds of ants come up to the windows like that. But his family member, people taking care of him, they couldn't see one single ant in his room. The people said. So he was having a karmic vision, similar, when you're born, hell realm, similar. So all those terrifying, visions, you see. So just before that, experiencing this terrifying karmic vision, so it was a sign to be born in realm. And then again, Jima also mentioned one, I don't know what that time he said, maybe it's not mentioned, but maybe not different. One very famous Geshe, one very, very famous Geshe, were extremely learned. But maybe, perhaps maybe didn't practice. So, down below, the road down below to Shida, the way is in the Lama's old palace, when you go down the road. So there was something very famous there. So this Geshe was, very famous Geshe was, one of this house. So the screaming so much. So you can hear even about the people who are crossing the road. So Geshe went to, it's not that he knew of, it's not that he friend of Krotna was suffering so much that he went to see. When the city is famous Geshe, then told, Geshe said, you know very well, I don't need to tell you, there's what's called Bodhicitta. And this famous Geshe, they shouted, so Geshe said, you know very well that, what's called Bodhicitta. He's trying to give advice to think Bodhicitta. But it disturbed the very learned Geshe, the expert. I guess maybe didn't practice very learned, but we didn't practice, I guess. So I guess didn't practice, maybe didn't purify the karmas, maybe. So he tried to again, among the tried to remind him, but they somehow got upset, so anyway. That's right. So anyway, so there's one solution. Of course, best things in our daily life to do. Continue practice of correct meditation and purification in our daily life. As I mentioned also last night, while we had all the opportunity in the healthy body and mind, so that's practice as much as possible. Practice lamrim with all those powerful methods of purification and the correct medicine, the primary practices. So like this, as during this retreat, as you've been doing, so like this is excellent. Even though I didn't go through commentaries of Guru Puja, but already the practice, during extended practice, so that's the best. So, however, whether one knows little Dharma or most expert all the scriptures by heart, however, to practice lamrim based on group devotion, then I think whatever one can do with the various practice purification, calling it. So, and it comes down to there's so many practices, however, it comes down to the abandon negative karma, practice good karma, the whole thing, all importance comes from there. So even that, the abandon tenant virtue, practice tenant virtue, and so However, the answer, what makes death time, end of life, peaceful and happy and no fear and free, is during our life, protect karma. And so protecting karma. So if one takes the vows, lay for lay vow, then there's for Sangha's ordination. So protecting morality is the very the key instrument. Instrument of say basic answer. Preparation for death. Happy death. No happy death. At least no fear. No no doubts. No doubts. There's different definitions of what is mentioned. The definitions explained by Yeshe Khadro. The best Dharma practitioners dead, and the middle one and lower one. Then also there's what explained by Papanka. There's a bit different explained. So what I don't remember all clear. I don't remember exactly what Yeshe Khadro explained. But however, anyway, some similar. Anyway, what mentioned in the liberation poem by Papanka was that the best practitioners dead, unbelievable happy, so happy at the time of death. So when said, you didn't see your parents, your family, your parents for a long time. Then for ordinary people, so when you go to see your parents, unbelievable happy, or going for picnic, going for beach or going for some very special place in this world that everybody talks how most beautiful, that you were wishing for a long time, and then now I will go to see. So he was so happy. So anyway, for common people, say, so unbelievable, say happiness, say to go to Pure Land or to become where you become enlightened. That or the of course, Buddhists have to be born in hell is to be born in the hell for sentient being, for the benefit of sentient being. Of course, that's like Pure Land. That's for Buddhists, it's like Pure Land. Unbelievable joy. Happiness, skies of happiness, joy to be born in the hell for the benefit of sentient beings. See, so like that. Of course, those are best top sign. When you enjoy, when you're able to experience problems, problems or sicknesses, disasters in life, that you are able to experience other sentient beings. You pray to receive the sicknesses and disasters in the life, etc., catastrophes or in the life, in of the sentient beings, of other sentient beings. Relationship problem or health problem, whatever problems of other sentient beings, then oneself to experience that. So daily life, one pray, and then when you experience unbelievable joy, peace, and happiness, incredible satisfaction, unbelievable joy. So great excitement or the incredible joy. So like say. So, for example, Geshe Lama Kuncho. Some time ago, one day there was so much rain at Kapan Monastery. Outside, wet on the steps. I think that was during, sure. I think maybe the older monastery. So the step outside, after you come down steps, the front of Gomba, so come down steps. Then there's a large platform, cement, flat, you see, cement. So very sleepy. So Geshe Lama, it might be time that I have some obstacle in life, in my life that year, probably. So Geshe Lama, he slipped out on that, so he fell down, very heavily fell down, knocked. So he immediately, when that happened, he felt incredible happiness. He immediately thought that he received all. He received my obstacle in my life. He received on him. So felt he told me, himself told me, not to somebody. He felt incredible joy. So anyway, like that, of course, you don't have to worry one slight of it. When you die, unbelievable joy, happiness, incredible. Because this is what you can offer, say, experience for some things. So same, the person was prayed to be born in hell for some things, for the benefit of something, to bring them to enlightenment, teacher liberation and full enlightenment. So the incredible joy, happiness to experience. However, so that's the definition of best Dharma practitioner's death. Best Dharma practitioner's death, you see. Unbelievable happy. So the middle one, I think, I think very comfortable mind, just very comfortable mind. Then the next one is no doubts, no fear. The last one, no fear. So that's that. So no fear to be born Lord. Middle, very comfortable. No single doubt. I just to be born in the Pure Land. I had to be born in Pure Land. No single doubt to be born in the Lord. Very interesting that comes out. So the last definition, the last Dhammaprajna definition is no fear at all. No fear at all. So like that. So anyway, so here I want to conclude. I mentioned about karma, projecting karma, living in mortality. Those mentioned. So you can stop giving harm stop giving harm others, which includes harming to ourselves as well. When you stop giving harm others, you stop giving harm to yourself. Of course, there's a key thing. However, still coming down to the conclusion, I would say, good heart. Preparation for death, everyday life, good heart. Press a good heart. Then if you have good heart, then all those other things happen. So good heart. You don't harm others, you don't cheat others. So that means, you don't cause others to suffer. And with a good heart, then whatever is more beneficial for others, you will do that. Taking precepts, living the vow, whatever is beneficial for others, you will do that. If you're good, good heart, because you concern others' happiness, whatever best, you will do that. So here we see good heart, then everything comes. All of the practice comes. That, and also I think good heart, reason because other sentient beings are suffering, they need happiness, then you would follow good devotion. Because then you need to exercise whole path of enlightenment. You have to liberate others from suffering, bring to enlightenment. This is what really what others need. So then you need to exercise path. So then here comes good devotion. So I think good devotion and I think Bodhicitta. So coming down to the point, even though there are thousands, billions of practice you can do in daily life, but coming very down, best preparation for death. So much depends on the when you check the person who has a very good death, very no worry, no fear, very good death. Very much related to how the person lived the life. So sincere, lived in pure morality, sincere, all the much of the times, all this person very good hearted. So usually, when the person is pass away, they hear the story. You normally hear the story. What the person would think, what the person did. You hear. You come to hear the particular story of that person. You hear. You hear sometimes. You hear, this person never missed the deities, sadhanas. So never missed the question about all of that, or some story you hear. Person who passed and invented, and then that person nothing special, not normally or just ordinary person, just nothing special. But when the person passed away in meditation, that person not famous, geshe, nothing particular. So pass away meditation, and then people talk about it. The people around who knew the person, they talk about how sincere it is. Who's keep never miss the sadhana. So you hear. However, normal reason is good heart. Good heart, person with good heart. That's the general reason. And or see very strong good devotion, correct in the life, correct devotee's friend. So again, how you at the death time, how the death will turn out. So much. Whether you have a very easy one or very difficult one, also depend on that. The group devotion practice. Whatever correct devotee's that could how much the person practice could have. So here to conclude this preparation for death. Even though there's so many things to do, but I'll conclude on these two. The group in the group devotion that helps to practice good heart. Because you abide in the advice, so you practice good heart. So it helps each other, inspire each other. So in our daily life, every time, normally what I say, preparation for death. When somebody does something or say disrespect you, tells you mistakes, somebody harms you, that time, don't allow to rise anger and practice patience. You see, even that one time done in 1 month, or in 1 year, you have done practice of patience one time. This is what can help. This is what can help when you die. The other one, letting to get angry. You let yourself to get angry. You allow yourself to get angry. Will make the death very difficult. And no question after that, all the sufferings, lower realm and even human realm after. But if you practice patience, even 1 year, one time you practice patience, one time you control anger, that will bring peace at the time. It will make your death much lighter. And you see, next life much lighter. So in our everyday life, one time we practice renunciation, let go attachment, one time. So you see, that. So 3 principles. Good devotion practice, 3 principles. So how many times we are able to do in our daily life? This the best preparation for death. So here I want to comment. So because already, in this way, already you looked after yourself. You took care of your own death. Practice Dharma. So at the time of death, you don't experience this terrifying coming appearance, shouting, moving, all this unbelievable fear. Because nobody, people around, family, can't do anything what they can do. So it makes them so scary seeing you. So anyway, and here, the other way like this. But now here, by practicing Dharma in our daily life, as much as we can. So, practicing patience, not allowing anger. You see, as much as we can. So, that become so peaceful. You make your death, when you experience death, so peaceful. Even though even it's not, extremely unbelievable happy, that excitement, not even not that, but just comfortable, happy, or at least no fear at all. So peace. So therefore, therefore, you don't need others. You already guided by yourself. You don't need others. Even there's no people who are praying to you, or talking to you, or say doing prayer to you, or giving advice to you. You see, you don't need, because you're helped by yourself. So that is depends on our everyday life. Those which I mentioned before. So you don't require others' help. So therefore, now here another conclusion. Now here the third conclusion. Now here the third conclusion. So therefore, teaching Dharma to a sentient being, educating Dharma to a sentient being, teaching Dharma to a sentient being, especially lamrim, karma, that explains how all the happiness come from their own mind and action, the positive mind and the positive action, virtuous mind, and all the sufferings, all, including death, comes from the own mind, ignorance, the suffering death. Death comes from ignorance, their own mind ignorance. Then suffering death, all the unhappy death comes from their non-virtuous thought, non-virtuous action. You see, teaching Dharma and particular karma about the mind, how all the happiness comes from their mind, all of a sudden come from their mind. And the mind is the key thing, and that they have to watch their mind. So they have a responsibility, and they should have a responsibility to watch the mind and to protect the mind. So, keeping Dharma, virtue, all the time as possible. That and the teaching compassion. Teaching Dharma, another very, very important is compassion. Always bringing compassion. So educating compassion. The very essence of Dharma, is Buddhism, compassion. Bring up this importance of practice compassion in daily life. And how practice compassion in life. Of course, other one is good push, but even that is not even that is not appropriate to Yet, I'm not ready to talk about that yet, but there's the other thing about the keeping the mind was in the healthy mind, virtuous thought, healthy mind, healthy and happy mind, that peaceful mind. So that which transforms action, virtue, healthy, peaceful, and result only happiness. So that and compassion. However, this teaching Dharma you can't teach Dharma to animals. Only you can bring them second-level to the whole object, or those who can hear the mantras, or those who can hear words, can chant, but they can't understand meaning. So best thing is to circumambulate. For everyone, best thing we can liberate them is to tear down the whole object. The statues to the scriptures, like that. So only what you can do, what in taking a benefit, you see. No other things. Of course, you can chant mantra to liberate them. Not they hear, but to chant those practice purification, chant mantras, for them to liberate, to purify and come into that. Even they can't meditate, even they cannot understand, can't explain. So human beings can understand. So therefore, to educate in Dharma, it becomes so important, so essential. Because to wait until they die, to help to help. Of course, we should intend. Of course, we should help when they die as well, wherever we can. But you see that time not easy to help. So we must help now. While they have a healthy body, while they are able to learn, while they have memory. See, it's the best time. Best opportunity to help them now. Much easier to help now than when they're dying. So teach them now. Teach Dharma now. Now they have a healthy body mind. They can understand. There's no pain, so much pain, all these, obstacles, you see, or memory, not good memory, you see, or can't understand, that's the problem. So now, so, you see, we put effort as much as possible. You see, while they're, healthy, all the memory, everything, you see, practice, learn and practice. So, then, wherever they die, whether they die at home, whether they die at the beach, or die in a 5-star hotel, wherever they die, they will help. If you're not with them when they die, what you're doing now to them, that will help that time. And not only that, Gurupad, from now on, Gurupad, you see, in all the future lifetime, and it's liberation from samsara. Not only that, liberation from samsara, full enlightenment. So therefore, what Dharma? So therefore, what the center offers, what the center does, such like this meditation center, special teaching lamrim, not just one teaching, one sutra, one volume for many years, or just want to chant a mantra, or just want to bring, a few prayers, whole year, all the time, just want a few prayers, or chant something, not that. of course, the chanting of money payment, of course, itself, unbelievable scarce benefit. But of course, education, center of education, you see, so special lamrim, meditation center, so offering. So you can see now the utmost important thing, service to sentient being. Not only the time of death, but Guru birth, next life. Guru birth, all the coming, they always come next life. Guru birth to meet Dharma again, to have much easy to next life. So easy to learn Dharma. But just by hearing the words this life, by living positive imprint next next life. Unbelievably easy to say. Unbelievably easy to learn Dharma. So quick to learn Dharma, to understand, and also easy to practice. So, even the person came to the center. Even the person came to the center and see, just heard the words, but didn't understand. Like lamrim prayer or something, heart sutra or something, heart sutra or lamrim prayer, something. Heard the words, but didn't understand. It's done. It's done. Benefit is received. The scarce benefit is received of that person's mental opinion. Is power mind. So the positive imprint, plant seed, then that will definitely bring, as I mentioned before, meet Dharma again. Then say, understand meaning that time, words, and practice. Then exercise path. What's content there? Then cease the development. Then achieve liberation and enlightenment. So definitely, each single word or mantra the person heard, definitely lead that person to enlightenment. In a time, definitely them to enlightenment. So even just hearing some mantra prayer, the meditation prayers contain a path to enlightenment, liberation, enlightenment. So it is scarce benefit is got already. See, to the person, so that so say so individual teaching Dharma. Individual teaching Dharma to others means, or you don't teach, but you create a condition for that. Or the meditation center, you see. So making programs, studying the philosophies, more extensive teachings, the essence of Dharma lamrim, and teaching the various practices of purification, collecting merits. So whenever the center does this is what you're preparing. You are preparing death. You are preparing is a best preparation of death. You are offering to this to those people, to all those people coming at the center. Only that. Not only that, you're preparing the for teacher liberation. You are preparing them to teach enlightenment. So this is what I want to say. And as I mentioned already, I think I mentioned also New Zealand. So it's a very important when somebody dies. When the student passed away, he was that center to really care. Organize pujas, practices, or to pay special attention to real care and to do as much as possible to offer that. So I want to emphasize that it's very, very important. Very important. I have one friend, old mother, lived in England. One old mother, which lived for 80 years old. Her name is Rachel Levy. I think for 7 years, for quite a number of years, she looked after me. When I was studying at Paksa, not from the beginning, but so I think Frida Betty is British. She's British. She's second nun. This French lady, the French lady who wrote books early times. She died. So the very first was the nun. I think the very first was the monk Bob Taman. The very first monk, Bob Taman. In Tibetan, sorry, a big mistake. In Tibetan tradition, the very first monk is Bob Taman, who is the professor at the Columbia University, New York. He was ordained. It was the first time. He was ordained Dharamsala. They came back New York, and next day, what I heard is next day, then he transcended his life. No, next day, then he transformed into lay. It's all last one day. He's the first monk in Tibetan tradition. Bhautaman. Then I think very first was a nun in Tibetan tradition. I think there's one nun, English nun called Sister Vajra. She lived a long time at Darjeeling, and Sanad, she has one small nice cottage. Then Darjeeling, she has one nice cottage. I've been there at least once because she was ordained by Yeshe Rinpoche, whose monastery I became monk in monastery in Tibet. Usually the Rinpoche doesn't give teachings. He became Harambakeshi, finish everything. But he doesn't give normal teachings. Very rarely. Within few years, he give. If the person is so serious, then he will give a refuge. So that he doesn't give normal. Anyway, so this Rinpoche passed away. That's 2 years ago, I think. So, yeah, she was ordained by Rinpoche. So how I came to know her connection is because there's one old lady in England. So Frida Betty, this lady who started school in Delhi for young lamas. So she came to Baksa 2 or 3 times, went to see all the Incan lamas for traditions at Baksa. Then later, she invited those young Incan lamas. So she started school. So that includes Lama Tumba. Started school in Delhi for 6 months. So I was there. Then I got TV. I got smallpox. Then went to a very far hospital, very, very far, with the Lama Tumba's brother, the one who's the leading meditation scholar and who has huge land, rigid land, who's called Lama Yeshe. So that one. So I was with him and 15 days in one hospital, very remote. So his brother, Akong Rinpoche, who has a monastery now, is called, he used to come to see us because he's the manager of the school. So bring us fruit or something like that. So then after 15 days, we finished smallpox, went back to school. Then again did checking. Then the hospital found out we had TB and he had TB. So went to hospital. Went to hospital. I think the best TB hospital in Delhi. So there, I cried 3 days in that hospital. So the reason was because I want to learn English so much. So there was one Lama in school, Sajaba, because his name Tardo Rinpoche. So I thought he also has TB, he's going to stay in the hospital. So I thought I would learn English from him. But then when I was in the front of the doctor, the top doctor of that hospital, the Madron hospital, the top doctor. So then I found out he won't be there. He just came to translate. So I cried. So the doctor gave me some banana. Some banana and maybe orange. So then I was taken to the different rooms where you want, a single room or something. Then there was one section, many children. So the last section near the bathroom, there's a little bit older, children. So four beds, you see, here four bed, here four. So I choose one. There's one bed empty. So so I was crying. So the whole pillow became wet, and the nurse comes up. It's a sleeping time, so the nurse comes up, open the blanket and grapes. Then comes up, open the blanket, list. So then, so you have to change you can't wear the same dress you wear the Hesse hospital, pancha, the long dress, pants. So I didn't speak to the Indian children for 3 days. So after the break, I go outside to carry the books, English books, and stretch a leg towards the gate. Towards where you see the cars passing. So you can't go outside. So you face towards that, put the book between the legs, and then if on the same buildings, the Indian children come, they say, Lama, don't cry. I say like that. But I didn't respond didn't speak for 3 days. And then guys were speaking. So I went to learn English to, there's a section where old people live. So one of the business person, so I asked him they were coming for a walk outside in the garden. So I asked them to teach English. So I had one book, Hindi and English, given by His Holiness Rinpoche's attendant. One of the attendants gave me this. So talking about, shopping and things like that. So went to see these other old men with that section, then went several times to him to teach. Then it's time for examination school. So they sent all the papers. But I didn't do so. Then they're going to see Pende is very close to Nehru and in the Gandhi. Because in the Gandhi, the Pende's son and daughter, yes, they were same university friends. So they when monks escaped from Lhasa, when they were Saudi, Muslim, it's extremely hot. In Bengal was Bengal. So monks came there. So the Nehru asked her, the Pandit Nehru, the Prime Minister Nehru, asked her to look after the monks. Because she was a Buddhist from Sri Lanka. So therefore she was more involved about them. Then she took care to look after the monks. She was in charge, looking after the monks. Then that's how then she came back a few times. So she started school. This first school where I joined. So then at the end, so anyway, during the examination, I went to see Nehru. Went to see Nehru. That time, in the Gandhi was giving the presents outside the present range on the table to each Lama. They said, what do you call this? You turn, then it shows different picture. No, that one slide. So Nehru went to America or somewhere to showing pictures. Anyway, so Nehru was on the bed, very old, blue kind of skin color. That. So we were there for a few minutes, just around interviews. So that's it. Then I came to Paksa to study. She wanted to send me to Darjeeling, where we have monastery, the branch of the monastery of Trungpa, which branches of one in Tibet. So for economically, you don't need to Paksa. You can go back to your own monastery or to set up. But anyway, went to Paksa to study, in intentions to study. So that, this side. Sorry. Again, I lost. Early. So, Pende, so this who start school. So she starts school at Dalhousie I think every summer. I think 5 times. So total 6. So one of the school, she asked many times when I was back, so I went one time. So there 6 months. So Lama Tumba was there in Delhi. Lama Tumba wrote the book. So not so much attending the class. They started class, but he already speak English that time, I think. Giving teachings to Pende, initiations and like that. So Pende found this old lady in London who is a member of Buddhist Society in London as to look after me as a pen friend. So, yeah. So how I came to know this the very first British nun, Sister Bacha, that old lady asked her to look after me, send money to her to make a whole set of robe, and then medicine for TB and milk. I didn't know where it's coming from. So when I was at school, drinking milk, I get milk. So later I found out it's come from his old mother. And so anyway, so this old the old mother writes to me quite often. So most of the letters that I had when I was at Baksa, the most garbage was her letters. They were old, so not many other people can't read, but I'm very familiar with her writing. So one time she checked on me, do you like to come to London? Do you like to come to England? I said, yes. Then she said, only if you become like Lama Tumba, then you can come to England. The next letter, she was just checking on me, see. Only if you become like Lama Tumba, then you can come to England, she said. So I don't think I replied. I don't remember. Anyway, very, very kind lady, very warm-hearted, and devoted, and very warm-hearted. All a member of the Buddhist society in London. So I said, so now I lost. Huh? Yeah. Huh? So, anyway, the sister Bajra, this first nun, how she died. Anyway, since we talked about death today, she had a very nice cottage, dating the Dongsong behind the mountain, close to one old, very, very, very old monastery, I think Kaju. So there was, so mountain like this, she had a house next to down by the road. So a landslide happened. So much Darjeeling has a lot of rain. So landslide happened. I was not there. I was at Baksa. So landslide happened. All the people there shout to her, come out. But she was preparing her money, you see, to pack up. To packing up her money, things like that. So even people around, people shouted to come out. But she wished to pack up her money. So what happened to the whole house? The whole house collapsed on her body. So she had an umbrella and her briefcase. Her briefcase, the umbrella and briefcase. Yeah. So I think she was ready to come out, but then before that, all house collapsed. So down to the house, she was dead like that. So I think that's the shortcomings of attachment. Not letting go. So anyway, okay, now mantra. Finally. So, yeah, that's right. So, we're talking about the, how to have peaceful death, happy death. Then I was saying how everyday life practice is that's now everyday life practice in Dharma practice is important. Because, see, that's real preparation for death. So what I was trying to say, now to practice, everyday practice. That's what makes death heavy or peaceful. So then I was saying how important to help others to teach Dharma to others in living and cause them to practice because that helps them. That becomes preparation for their death. And then I was saying how important the center, such center, teaching lamrim, how plays the most important role here. Preparation for death, to manage to all those things. Not only that, happiness after this life, all the good rebirth, liberation, enlightenment. Not only just death, not only preparation for death, but this biggest thing, greatest thing, liberation from samsara, enlightenment. Before that, happiness for all the good rebirth in all the coming future lives. That has enlightenment. So this is what the center is making preparation. So as an organization, offering lamrim teaching, making so much preparation and the mind up to enlightenment. Preparation of this life, death, then all that happiness which life, liberation, enlightenment. So like that. So then I was saying, first, must help. Also, this is the best, but also when they die, must help. Yes, this is good. Especially as a student dies, however, that must put special effort to do practices at the center as much as possible. So I, long time ago, now many years ago, I arranged this. Any student pass away to offer for $7, $10 to his Lama, 100 rupees, 100 rupees to from international office to offer this on behalf of that person. So that of course that doesn't from the person's side or family member, it doesn't happen. Maybe very rare cases, but usually doesn't happen. Making offering to SNS and asking for prayer. So maybe only those people who have connection. You see. So many years ago, arranged the international office to request students to make offering and give a name to pray. So this will be incredible. The actual Buddha, compassion Buddha, generously praying for this person. See? So that's something. Well, since we have organization, purpose of organization is to benefit others, to help others. That's the whole purpose of having organization. So whatever we can do, whatever including like that. So when we also mentioned in the magazine that so the minute when you see the name there, anybody must pray immediately. So you should tell some little bit story of that person or that. So that is the minute when you see the name, must pray immediately. So that's the idea. Anybody, you see the student pass, you see name, you must pray immediately. To have a good report, to burn pure land, but this or that person can be enlightened or receive perfect human body, meet perfect human body, meet Mahana Virtue's friend, putting teaching into practice, and Yeshe Khadro cool. So some you condense, some prayer short like this. You can do when you do Mani Padme Hum, you can remember that. But the minute when you see it, without delay, must pray immediately. So say. Okay, now the mantra. The dependence. Bodhisattva eliminating obstacles, okay? So if you recite this every day, just recite some, doesn't matter even the number, but that helps to not experience terrifying karmic appearances. It's called torture, nudge. Karmic torture, at the time of death, karmic, your own karma torture you. So karmic torture, you don't experience at the time of death. The terrifying karmic appearance. This Bodhisattva is basically for purification. So that. There are different mantras. There's also Omniram. In Guya Samaja, the bottom mantra, the 8th Bodhisattva. Omniram Parantara Beza. Niram Parantara Beza. Omniram Parantara Beza Pane Rajavaitu. Omniram Parantara. Omniram Parantara Beza Pane Rajavaitu. So something, there's one mantra there. Other mantra. I think I mentioned somewhere, so do you have? Yeah. Pasuvati. Shurta. Shurta. So what's it? Shurta. There's one mantra. Shurta. Varapisilani Swaha. So you can recite that. Shurta Varapisilani Swaha. So to not have a karmic torture at the time of death. All these terrifying things. So this way, you are taking care of yourself. You are dead. You see that peaceful death. So this is reciting this mantra is not a support for that. It's additional support besides those other practices. Om Shota Vahara Pisilana Swaha. That's one mantra. Okay. Yeah. But just eliminate obstacle. No, that was beautiful. Okay. The one's Nankiningbo, Bodhisattva Nankiningbo, the essence of sky, the Akasha, Bodhisattva Akasha, Akasha Garbha. That's so. There's text end of the Bodhisattva house. There's text that explains about how to do the practice of purification. But that's I would say. So I think that. So, so we stop here. These are the past, present, medical, 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 the class of the past house, all of us here, also family members in the household, sentiments, without which they may be increased. Changzhu, Zhenzhu, Rinpoche, Ma Jie, Banam, Jejuroji, Jeva, Nyamba, Meba, Ye, Kone, Gongbo, Beho, Kante rabe gube shikante penante wama luzi mena chere chingwa tenzhen jazo yisha pese de bago tenjo ruzi. Did you do that particular dedication? Yeah. Which one was finished? Which was done? So David. Which was left? No, which was left? There was not done. Just.
Due to all the merits of speech manifested by me, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all other beings, may whatever I experience, good or bad, suffering or happiness, sickness or health, praise or blame, gain or loss, good reputation or high or death, whatever I experience may only be benefit to sentient beings. Due to the merits of 3 times collected by me, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all other sentient beings, wherever I am, whatever you do.
It's one that left out. So again, happy, unhappy, healthy, unhealthy, gain, loss, poor, rich, saving Christian, bad reputation, good reputation, or living with dying, or born in hell realm, even born in hell realm. So all my actions, all my experience from now made people most beneficial for all sentient. There is causes, or to make it more clear what it means. Which causes all sentient to reach enlightenment as possible. By myself being enlightened. These are the past, but it's empty. My time is empty. From the side, Eecie would was that's enlightenment. It's empty from the side. Later on, something big, empty from the other side to that enlightenment is empty from the side. By myself alone, so it's empty from the side. I did all the medicines we have to follow Holy Excellencies from the Lama Zopa realizes. I did all the medicines. In same way, 3 times the stick they made. Religion, Lama Zopa teaching it was spread in all the direction, we put sway in this world, but complete loss of those. And in the household, also family members, all of us here, all the students, benefactors in this organization, in this very long time, without delay a second. So those who are not familiar with the objective repeatedly, those who are not familiar with the objective repeatedly, what I keep on saying, hallucination, there was say, looking at it, hallucination, there was a hallucination. So those who are not familiar with it, English, there's somebody who is not familiar with that. Then this is very good. Then this way, this will help very much as a foundation. So that I explain time. So how everything comes from the mind. So you start with that. You start with that, do that meditation in break times, not only sitting, but break times. As you're walking around or eating or whatever, do that meditation, and then once you get that understanding, then they will help. They will lead to the point. What's a false view and what's a correct view. The reality and the false. So in your perception of the phenomena. So those who are not familiar with this, so this would help. But anyway, this meditation is good for very, very important, extremely important meditation for both, I think, old and new students and old, both. To help to realize emptiness through, by recognize first the false view, then realize emptiness. So what I want to explain that. So you go back to childhood. You go back to childhood time. This is not hypnotizing. To remember your past life and what you did. So, this is different. Not hypnotizing. Anyway, so go back to childhood time, and then you see. You see, you haven't, you are not taught alphabet by the teacher or by parents. You have no idea of you have no recognition of the alphabets, A, B, C, D. See, you have no recognition of that. You are not taught that by a teacher or parents. So, but it's written on the blackboard there, see. So you have no idea what they are. No knowledge of them. So, that time, how do they appear to you? You see, it's a letter. You see the designs on the, these marks, designs on the blackboard, on the paper. So, for example, on the blackboard, so they're like this. On the blackboard, one line like this, another line like that, you see. So like this, like that. So you see on the blackboard, line like this, like that, there, like that, you see. So that time, you see, that time you don't see that this is M. You don't see. That time you don't see that this is M. And because why? You don't have the appearance of the A. That this is A. You don't have appearance of A. That this is A. Okay. Why you don't see this A is because you don't have appearance to this A. Why you don't have appearance to this A? Why you don't have? Why? Because your mind hasn't labeled yet M. This is M. And believe in that. You haven't done that. Why? Because you are not introduced yet. You are not yet introduced to this M. So you just see a line like this, Okay. So then, as teacher or parents, then introduce you. This is M, and teacher introduce you. This is M. Then you believe it. Then you believe what teacher told you. The label what the teacher introduced you. You believe that, and then your mind imitate. Then your mind labeled. Then your mind say. Then your mind. By seeing this line, because you are told this M. So by seeing this line, because you see this line, and then your mind simply make up the label M. You just think M. In other words, you see, your mind just think M. And believe that. Your mind just label M and believe in that. Otherwise, your mind just think. Your mind just think M. You see, from that. So, then after that, then there's appearance of M. After you believe, not only your mind labeled, but you believe that label. Then only then you have appearance that this is M. Only then after that you see. Then only after that then you see that this is M. So to be able to see that this is M, To be able to see that this is M, there's a whole this evolution that it takes, but we're not aware. Normally, it's not aware. All this evolution that takes. So first you see the base, then by seeing that particular base, then your mind make up this label. Then believing that, then there's a projection, there's an appearance. Then only after that you see this and that, this phenomenon, that phenomenon. See. So now here, this aim. So now here, this aim, where's it come from? Came from the mind. Because if your mind did not label, somebody didn't introduce to you the label, on this, and if your mind did not label, didn't believe in that, you wouldn't have this appearance of this aim, and you don't see this aim. So therefore, this aim you see, it came from your mind. The aim that you see is come from. Now, this understanding is so essential. Before we go to the next step, what's the false and reality? What's the reality and what's the false view? Just that thing. Before talking about, say, the object to be repeated, which is on the aim. Object to be repeated, which is on the aim. And the emptiness of that is emptiness on the aim. So in the philosophical text, you would find this word a lot. You see, object gacha over the table, over the vase, over this, over the. Then emptiness on the vase, emptiness on the vase. And you might think, oh, that's wrong. You might think that's wrong. That should be said off. But there is a great meaning saying on. Great meaning is saying on. You may think that's mistaken. You see, it should be said off. But on has great meaning. If you ever recognize the hallucination, so before coming to this point, the aim itself has come from the mind. So you make sure that understanding. Then the next is easier. To have some idea of reality and false. So now the aim that we see come from your mind. Okay. So now exactly same. Friend that we see come from our mind. Enemy we see come from our mind. Now form that we see here all came from our mind. Just exactly as the aim came from our mind. You see, by labeling, by our mind labeling and believing that label. So exactly all the phenomena that we see here, including hollow objects, everything here, all came from, all the form that we see here, all came from our mind. In exactly the same way. Form what we see came from our mind. So when we are looking at form, we're looking at form which came from our mind. We're not looking at a form which came from outside, which exists from its own side. We're not looking at form which exists from its own side, which came from outside. We're looking at a form which came from our mind. appearance of one's mind. Or then it may go other ways. So, sound, when we hear sound, we're hearing sound which comes from one's mind, not existing from outside or from by itself. When we smell which comes from our own mind. As in meaning, so the labeled as a label by one's own thought and believe in that. So smell, when you smell which comes from our own mind, is not smell come from outside to see. Yeah. Well, that's true. Why? That's true. Because Buddha doesn't have bad smell. Because his mind, you see, Buddha doesn't have bad smell to his senses. Because it's complete purified holy mind. So there's no bad smell to Buddha. There's no bad taste to Buddha. You see? That, you see, that proves, you see, came from mind. So Buddha, holy mind, completely purified, no subtle defilements, you see. So therefore, whatever context Buddha senses, it's all pure. Natural grace, bliss, you see, whatever context Buddha sense of tongue, it's all nectar. So even kaka, for us, kaka, then Buddha's sense of tongue is the most blissful nature, nectar. So now here another example. One container, liquid. So when hungry ghosts, predators who don't have karma, married to see water, we human beings see water, but they don't have karma to see, married to see water. They see only passing blood. But we have more merit, so we see water. But devas, this is not without talking Buddha. Devas, they have more merit than us, they see nectar. And of course, Buddhas has more purified mind, but they see the purest, uncontaminated, purest nectar. Is one phenomena, but appeared according to perceiver's quality of mind. How much pure and how much. So, how much pure, impure, you see? It depends on perceiver's mind, how much pure and impure. So you can see this another example. You can say it's the appearance of the mind. So that phenomena exists or appeared, you see, according to the quality of the mind. You know how much pure and impure. So like that. So you see. So now this is even the whole world, whether it's flat, round, all these different color, according to colors are different, this and that, same. The perception, seeing the earth, the world, see, appear different way. One object like this, or same, one person. 100 people look at one person. You see, that one person appear to somebody, the most beautiful. Then to somebody most ugly. You see, then somebody, okay. So when this person, when 100 people look at it, definitely the same view. The person, there's different view. One object, but it appeared different. It appeared differently. Appeared differently. Not same to all the 100 people. So even a place, when 100 or 1,000 people are looking, it appears for somebody so beautiful, for somebody disgusting. Like that. See, like that. So it's all come from the mind, through the mind. See, how the object appeared, appearance object came from the mind. Appearance object came from the mind, the view of the mind, and like that. So this same place here, where we see a place like this, to our present mind, we see a place like this. But for the hungry ghost, in their view, they don't see this way. They see very, very ugly, totally ugly, very, uninteresting, but very ugly place it appeared to them. Then, for those who have more pure mind, you see this. There's no question about Buddha. Then appeared mandala. Appearance of the more wisdom. Dharmakaya, you see the mandala. And even before Buddha appear in the mandala. So, like that. You see, pure. Having pure appearance. Even place like that. Like when Rajagiri, at Rajagiri, where Buddha gave teachings on emptiness, I think Theten Lama, or I don't know, Theten Lama, one of the, I don't know which one, came for pilgrimage and saw the whole mountain, piles of text. So so it didn't go on top, because saw whole mountain, piles of text, Dharma text. So it didn't go on. So it's especially, particular, the holy places. So depending how you see the holy places, ordinary, something ruined or something like that, or amazing, something. It all depends on the perceiver's quality of mind, how much mind is purified. How much mind is obscured, so you see that much ordinary, and how much mind purified, you see that much pure. So anyway, so here basically to discover that how everything came from mind. See that I think. So here now, when we smell, what is good smell, bad smell, scented smell, or whether it's scented smell or whether it's disgusting smell, say very painful smell, or however, so it's all came from also mind. So the other one, what I mentioned, is not only that came from the mind. One expression that the mind labeled, and then it is perceived appear that way. It has that, which I use the N. It has that. But besides that, came from mind goes to karma. Came from mind. So all these pure ones came from pure karma, pure mind. And those these impure ones, came from one's own the impure karma. So came from the mind. Things came from the mind. There's two explanations. There are two reasons. So here, even though I went off to that explanation, came from karma, but the second explanation came from. But here first thing is how things came from mind, because mind labeling, then it appears to you, and then you see it. So, tangible objects that we, sense of the body experience, is not something that came from outside. Body experience came from your own mind. So, everything like that, all these sense objects, all like this, what we experience is something came from. It appears, nothing never came from your mind. Nothing to your mind came from outside. It appears like that, but it doesn't mean it's true. That's total. That part of the view, which normally we have, and we've been believing up to now, from birth, not only from this morning, from birth, from beginning of birth. That one is totally false, hallucinated view. So just like M. So here, very clearly, you see it came from mind. So like that everything came from right. So right now, all the six senses are object. And right now came from what we experience now came from our own mind. So that also mind like so say then the next stage. So first we should practice mindfulness here. What I just said now. When you go out, came from mind. Form sounds meditation came from mind. By mind labeling. I believe in that. The next stage, the analysis, and how your mind, what your mind labeled, how does it appear back to you? That next stage. So first, we should practice mindfulness. See, as we go out, go around, with this mindfulness. See, from sound to smell to smell. You could eat dinner while eating dinner. So coolness practice mindfulness here. So this is a very important psychology. Very, very important psychology. To come to know the relationships, all those like health, all the sufferings, how it is created by one's own mind. So this meditation, can cover everything. So because it comes from the mind, the first mind label. If your mind, so as long as your mind do not label, you don't have appearance that this is this, and you don't see that it's this. You don't see that person's action or attitude. If your mind don't label the person's behavior, until your mind do not label as bad, then you don't have appearance as bad, and you don't see this bad. So, but if you so then you don't get angry, you don't get upset with that person. And then there's no relationship problems. If your mind put positive label, interpret positive. If your mind put positive label, then you have a positive appearance. Not negative, then you see it's positive. You see, so like that. So any undesirable thing, bad circumstance, any undesirable thing in the life. So here one can see it creation of one's mind. Whether your mind put negative label or positive label. So you see, so everything depends from very beginning how your mind look at the object, what label you put it. Okay. Your life situation, whatever change in your life happens. Whatever change happens in your life, change of other person's attitude towards you, whatever change happens in life, if your mind label bad, then appears bad, you see bad. If your mind label good, it appears good and you see good. Whatever change happens in your life, so it's like that. So here it becomes a very important total transformation practice. By understanding this, then if you want to keep your mind happy all the time, and then if you want to keep your mind always happy, then one must put effort. Always your mind put a positive label. Good. Then always you have a good, whatever appears to you good. And then you say always good. So that keeps your mind all the time emotionally happy. And then able to continue practice. If your mind is so sad, so angry, so upset, unable to continue, unable to do even the mala of mantra, unable to do. So I'd like to say, so yeah, story. So please enjoy dinner.